Oh, we can hear it. Okay. My shiny friends. Hello, hello. I'm Shine, and this is Divine Shine Tarot, back with another CelebriTEA live stream. We have so much to cover tonight. I just want to make sure that I am heard on all the platforms. If you guys can give me a thumbs up in the chat, wherever you are watching, give me a shine emoji. Give me a smiley face. Give me what you got. Let's go, let's go. Okay. Hi, Skega. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that right. Hello, Kuchunga. Hello, Javi the Bear. My people on Twitch, I see you. All right, we're just getting started. Yep, you see the red. Something for the holidays. And some candy cane nails. All right, I'm glad you all can hear me. It looks like we're good on all platforms, so let's get started. Again, for those of you just joining us, I'm Shine, and this is Divine Shine Tarot. Come on in. It is high vibrational in here. I am so happy to be back with another CelebriTEA live stream with you all. I have a jam-packed stream for tonight. It actually got more packed than originally planned. I was planning to stream on a lot of these topics about a week or so ago, but then I did a deep dive on one of the most popular topics at the moment, the Diddy Doc, because I will be doing a very thorough contextual backstory to prep for some of the readings that I will be doing tonight. But let me just do some housekeeping for those of you that have not been here before. I would rather say it on the stream than to keep repeating it in the comments. It seems to be a pattern that I am trying to cross all my T's, dot all my I's by making sure I cover this basic information in the intro. So, happy to reconnect with all of you awesome, illuminated, sparkly, shiny viewers in my community. I have a super packed stream. I'm just reading my notes now, so I apologize if I am repeating things. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. Let me get my handy dandy here, because I actually prepared a lot of visuals for us tonight. And I am actually celebrating someone's birthday tonight, so having a little beverage. Just a little Bailey's, nothing crazy. Something for the holidays, but also let's imagine that it's tea, since we are doing CelebriTEA tonight. And as always, I'm just having a little fun with you all. So give me a second to catch up my notes here. Right. So I'm going to power through a bunch of questions you all have sent about your favorite CelebriTEA and pop culture figures. For those of you looking to get your personal questions answered, you can book a reading at the link below or in bio. Also, subscribe or follow to be notified of when I'll be doing my next stream, where I'll answer your personal questions. And I'll be doing 2026 horoscope readings for the collective and the zodiac signs. So tune in for that. I love the entertainment of doing these CelebriTEA readings with you all when I can carve out the time, which is why I usually do so many readings at once. But my focus and priority is on my personal readings, because I originally started this channel to help radiant proletariat people like myself who really need guidance and upliftment, not just the bourgeoisie entertainment folks. I also have a lot of editing to catch up with to upload all the clips of individual readings from these streams for you all, as well as life things and endless adulting that I have to do since this channel is not yet monetized. So just remember, so far, this is just a labor of love, a passion project, and it takes up a lot of my time and energy behind the scenes. So I may not share content as quick and as frequent as I'd like, but I prioritize giving you all quality readings and production. And if you enjoy what I'm doing here, consider booking a reading or making a donation to help keep this channel alive. All right, lots to cover tonight, so let's jump right in on this stream. We'll see what the cards have to say for some readings you all requested on lots of handsome men in entertainment that I had not heard of before, but they have very interesting situations. We have a star athlete, football soccer player Jude Bellingham, English actor Aaron Taylor Johnson, American actor Taylor Zakar Perez. We have to talk about the recently released Diddy Doc. I have notes on that, and I might do a couple readings on Diddy, 50 Cent, JayZ, and some of the ladies from Diddy's world. I'm very curious about Cassie, Faith Evans, J-Lo, and Mary J. Blige. Also on my list, we have to celebrate Miley Cyrus, who recently got engaged. We'll do a reading to learn a bit more about her new fiance, Max Morado. Congrats to Miley, and congrats to Cardi B, who recently gave birth to her son. We might pull out a few cards about her to see if there are any more babies in her future and how things are going to be with her current boyfriend, Stefan Diggs, and her ongoing divorce from her husband, Offset. There are rumors that Cher may also be engaged, so we'll look into that. Ariana Grande's appearance continues to be concerning. Let's see if the cards can shed some light on what's happening there. You all really want a reading on Blake Lively versus Justin Baldoni, since that case, I believe they have a court date coming up next year, so we'll see if we finally slip that in. A random wild card reading on Tyra Banks, who's looking a little wacky in videos recently, who's looking a little wacky in some videos that have recently been circulating of her. We have 3 pop culture relationships that we have not looked at yet on this channel. Kylie Jenner and Timothée Chalamet, Lady Gaga and her fiancé Michael Polanski, and Katy Perry with former Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So you guys let me know if you're interested in seeing a reading on any of them tonight, or I'll table them for another reading from sometime this week, I should say. Excuse me, I'm in a very noisy place, so sometimes I am distracted and have to pause to allow the noise to pass by. Those of you on the live will just get the real deal with me, but for those of you that will see the clips, I'll of course edit all of those things out. So let me pick up from where I left off. From Prime Minister, we'll segue into the world of politics. We have a request for a reading on far-right conservative commentator Candace Owens, who apparently has a lot of smoke and controversies. So we'll see what's up with Candace. And someone asked for a reading on Melania Trump, the president of the United States, President Trump's wife, who apparently she has a documentary coming out next year. So this is an extensive and ambitious list of readings, so I might not get through them all tonight. You know, these readings are very dependent on my energy, and after a few readings, I'm drained. So I will give what I can, and whatever I can't get to tonight, I will just save the rest for another stream. For those of you currently joining this stream, comment to let me know which readings you're most looking forward to so that I can prioritize those, and send over any follow-up questions for these celebrity readings that you shiny, sparkly viewers may have during this live. For those of you that will watch the replay recording of this stream, you can find the timestamps below to jump ahead and watch this in 2x speed if you want to enjoy the whole stream faster. Remember, on lives, I try to just do brief readings, not deep dives, since we cover so many different celebrity questions at once. But if there's anyone you'd like to see me do a full deep dive reading on, you can attach your request to a donation at the links below in the description or bio. And remember to hit the like button. It really helps my channel gain more visibility with more sparkly viewers like yourself to make all this effort worth it. If you like anything about this stream, subscribe for notifications of my readings, and feel free to book a personal reading or make a donation to help keep this channel alive. There's a lot of work that goes into this, and any support helps and motivates me greatly to keep sacrificing to continue sharing this dazzling tarot space I've created with you all. Okay, now let's get started with the readings. I will give background before each reading while I shuffle for me to connect with the energy of each person and also to give you context. Remember, these readings are for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. All right, so we have to get started with one of the most popular and heavily discussed pieces of media that recently dropped this month, the Diddy Doc. Look at that. Ooh, we prepared visuals. We have visuals all night, which is what took me so much time to prepare for this stream, but I felt it was necessary to have that alongside instead of doing, like, I know a lot of streamers tend to go live on the web and pull up images, but I wanted to be very specific instead of just searching, so that we can focus on getting to The readings. All right, pulling up my notes. We're about to dive deep. All right, so we are going to do a comprehensive recap and thorough trip down memory lane on Diddy, formerly known as Puff Daddy. Those that grew up in New York or grew up with 90s hip hop more popularly know him as Puffy. There is so much drama and tea culminating into the recently released and heavily discussed Diddy docuseries on Netflix. For those of you living under a rock, Netflix released a 4-part series, executive produced by Curtis 50 Cent Jackson, a rapper and entertainment mogul who currently stands as an adversary or op of Diddy due to their history coming up in the hip hop and entertainment industry. But some suspect that what may have sent their lingering tension to a place of no return was Diddy allegedly having a targeted romance and abusive relationship with the mother of 50 Cent's child, Daphne Joy. Daphne is believed to be the Jane Doe that testified in Diddy's big trial this summer. Many assume it may have been embarrassing and concerning for 50 to learn about the lifestyle the mother of his child was engaging in. 1 second, guys. I'm trying to set it up so that I can see your chat at the same time that I'm walking through this. I may have to sacrifice the visibility of that because I'm trying to navigate these visuals and also see my notes here. So I apologize if I don't see what you're saying, but I will circle back to read your messages once I'm done with this background intro. Okay, so we are at this part of the notes. That's right. So Daphne is believed to be the Jane Doe that testified in Diddy's big trial this summer. Many assume it may have been embarrassing and concerning for 50 for 50 Cent to learn about the lifestyle the mother of his child was engaging in. I think I said that already. There we go. During Jane Doe's testimony in the Diddy trial, we learned of the disturbing instances of violence and drug-fueled hotel nights with escorts that she often coordinated to maintain her relationship with Diddy and fulfill her love contract duties. Similar to Cassie, there was evidence presented of Jane's willingness to initiate and participate in the activities, as well as her expressing jealousy when not getting the same perceived perks and recognition as some of Diddy's other concurrent girlfriends, which further motivated her engagement in that lifestyle as she wanted to compete with the other girls for his attention and priority. As a reminder, Diddy, aka Puffy, aka Puff Daddy, aka Sean Combs, aka Brother Love, a man of many monikers, is a former entertainment and lifestyle mogul that owned and operated the Bad Boy record label that was successful and renowned in the 1990s. And among his many other business ventures, he also had a Sean John fashion line and the Ciroc vodka brand deal. Sean Puffy Combs is currently incarcerated at the Fort Dix Federal Prison in New Jersey, serving a 50-month sentence after being convicted on 2 counts of transportation for prostitution this July at the end of his heavily publicized federal RICO or FRICO trial that unfolded this summer. I'll link the first Diddy trial reading that I did on here for those of you that will watch the clip version of this. So, 50 Cent, a former rapper, now producer and mogul, most known for being a petty king and online trolling, he teased a Diddy Do It documentary leading up to Diddy's trial, and just when some thought that he may have just been trolling again, now the docuseries titled Sean Combs' Reckoning is actually here. 50 Cent did a press run promoting his Diddy doc, which received favorable reviews and became #1 on the Netflix platform. This docuseries reignited the public conversation about how nefarious his op Puffy may have been throughout all these decades, which many see as 50 getting his get back or retaliation on Diddy. This docuseries includes never-before-seen footage that Diddy had recorded in anticipation of beating his case and releasing his own behind-the-scenes documentary, which some interpreted as arrogance. In 6 days after the footage, he was unexpectedly arrested. Remember, the feds ran down on him again. Anyhow, because of his sudden arrest, maybe Diddy's team did not pay the videographer that he enlisted to capture this footage because somehow it ended up in the hands of Netflix and 50 Cent. Also, noting that we learned in the docuseries, Diddy had a pattern of not paying people to keep them desperate and under his control. So if indeed we are seeing this footage as a result of him neglecting to pay this video team, this is one of the many ways that Diddy's cheap and manipulative ways may be coming back to haunt him. Moving along, in the docuseries, we also see a very well-constructed timeline of events, from Puffy's origins through the year of his arrest, including connections to a series of events around the deaths of legendary 90s rappers Tupac and Biggie. The Diddy Doc is largely constructed around testimonials from other victims alleging Puffy's manipulation tactics, people that worked with him from his start in the industry that claim they experienced financial, physical, and psychological abuse from Diddy, which aligns with the rumors that we've heard about Diddy since the 90s. A couple jurors from this year's trial also shared insights on their considerations in the verdict that they reached. Overall, this Sean Combs Reckoning docuseries was really well done. I thought 50 Cent was going to be more visible and messy, considering his history with Puffy and pettiness, but instead, they really let the facts, timeline, and victims speak for themselves. I had Diddy fatigue, so I wasn't going to watch it, but it was actually insightful, good storytelling, and it tied up a few loose ends for me. So, after watching the Diddy Doc, I have notes. So, let's cue that up. My Diddy Doc notes. Let me slide into that one more time. So after watching the Diddy Doc, I have notes, and let me actually do that without my cute cup here. We need some space now. Let's put the party to the side. So after watching the Diddy Doc, here are my notes. It seems like Diddy went to great lengths to avoid just being openly gay or bi. There's a pattern of Diddy taking the girlfriends of men that he thought to be powerful or admirable as a way to use women to compete and conquer the men. This parallels the sickening stuff we learned in the trial about how Diddy would have Cassie or Jane Doe bring him the man milk of the male escorts to rub onto himself. He enjoyed the vulnerability and controlled connection to a man. It seems like he liked power play and connecting to men, putting in all that work instead of just being openly gay. And I just have to shout out to the legendary original queen of tea, Wendy Williams, because she called this decades ago. She has been yapping about Diddy and any other sus behavior in hip hop for ages. So at a time like this, we really miss the queen of tea, Wendy Williams. Next. Diddy's mom, Janice Combs, she set the example for him to learn to use parties, dance, and music for power and influence and violence. There was a commentary in the Diddy Doc that stated that the kind of beatings that someone witnessed Diddy's mom, Janice Combs, give him versus what they received at a time, that they just had a certain standard of what they think is disciplinary versus what is excessive. Seems like they were under the impression that whatever was happening to Diddy was excessive and more violent than just disciplinary action. So I'd heard for a long time people blaming Diddy's mom, and I don't like to speak about anyone's mom, so I just thought people were exaggerating. But now that we actually seen or heard of some of the background in the doc about how Diddy's mom had him dancing at the parties, and we know how years later Diddy had a reputation for his Diddy parties, how that's supposed to be the best experience, and now we've learned that he kind of uses that social connection or cachet to have access and gain power and influence and manipulation. I understand now why people were saying that they need to also look into prosecuting the mom. Obviously not seriously. I'm assuming that that's just a really rough joke. But indeed, it does seem to be a connection there in terms of her influencing him to use this space that's supposed to be benign, social, festive, fun, to actually perhaps be predatory. Definitely, again, use it for influence. Next note, the geometric symbol. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, that was a picture of Diddy and his mom partying. So She definitely turns it up at any age. Mrs. Combs is definitely someone that Puffy seems to have modeled a lot of his efforts with socializing after. Okay, so the geometric symbolic necklace from the beginning and the huge tattoo on Diddy's back. These seemed very visible, very intentional. As soon as I saw them on the screen, it felt like bad energy. I saw that TikTok picked up this conversation where people were able to give more context and share that the tattoo is actually of a Haitian deity or a voodoo spirit that protects women and children. And that made me wonder, does Diddy have any connection to Haiti? Because he also used the name Sean John for his clothing line. And to me, it always sounded kind of Haitian. Of course, he spells it a bit different. Instead of the Jean, he does the John. But I was just wondering if there was any connection there that I may have missed to Haiti, because why would he put a Haitian deity on his back, especially someone that protects women and children, if indeed he is this alleged abuser. Okay, next order of business here. I was very confused by Aubrey O'Day's reaction to the affidavit about her getting essayed. I thought it was weird because it seemed like she had more smoke for the witnesses than the perpetrators. So was that false? It seems like she started to talk about an affidavit that someone said they saw her with their own eyes of her getting assaulted, SA'd by Diddy and someone else. And I don't know if I missed something, but the reaction just didn't align for me. It seemed like she was more so saying that she would pursue legal action against that person because she doesn't know if it really happened or not. So after years of hearing from Audrey O'Day saying that she kind of was holding something over Diddy's head in terms of something that she experienced, and now we're finally hearing a little more about it in this Diddy doc, it just was a little odd to me that she would be more against whoever was saying they saw something against her instead of towards who might be the perpetrator, which in this case would be Diddy. So yeah, you guys let me know. Somebody please in the comments or eventually let me know what your interpretation of that was. Okay, next. Someone mentioned that Diddy didn't drink and drug until he was recovering from Kim Porter's injury to his hand. Because remember, in the Diddy doc, they reminded us of a altercation they had where, in retaliation, his previous girlfriend / mother of his child, long-term partner, Kim Porter, may she rest in peace, she retaliated and I guess attacked his hand in a way that it left a big injury that he had to go heal and take some really strong painkillers. So there was a commentary in the Diddy doc saying that after this is when this person noticed that Diddy was more susceptible to drug use. So I just wanted to highlight that actually proves that Diddy had a habit of being violent and abusive even before the drugs, contrary to his excuse in the recent trial, because he did use the excuse that drug use is part of the reason that he should get a reduced sentence or something about using that for him to be in a drug program to help reduce his sentence. His sentence. Yeah, that's the right way to say it. So I feel like that was just proof of Diddy not really, Diddy showing consistent abusive behavior even without the prevalence of drugs in his life. Next, there is a timeline of details of how Puffy was connected to the Tupac and Biggie deaths. And as I said before, it was just really well done. I had heard of this growing up as a kid of the 90s, and I always kind of believed it just because there were so many rumors about Diddy, but I never actually understood how or why people thought that he might be connected to the deaths of these two superstar hip hop and rap icons. And I feel like the Diddy doc did a great job of not only laying it out, but in a way that it was not they didn't draw the conclusions for us. They just kind of gave the information and the audience was able to come to that conclusion. So I thought that was really great to know. It finally makes sense to me all these years later. Next, when they said Diddy used the culture to level up but didn't even actually like black people, that made me think of JayZ. The same has been said about him. And that's also a part of why I'm doing a reading on JayZ tonight, because there's been a constant rumor mill that JayZ's next with all these downfall of moguls. And I don't know how much truth there is to that, but I know that there's been whispers about him for years as well. So that is one thing that we'll be looking into. And I have a few more notes here for the ladies that I think I'm going to pause and actually switch over to my readings. Well, while I have the visuals, I should actually continue and then I'll do all the readings at once. So, okay, let's continue here. Okay, Faith Evans was shooketh on that stage with Puffy accepting the award after Shook dissed him. Do you think she really slept with Pac? I know that was one of the rumors and that was one of the accusations that Tupac threw in his diss song, Hit 'Em Up, against Biggie. But do you think it's true? Because there was a lot of information that I found of her denying it and saying that she was just manipulated to be, I guess, sort of a casualty of war. But in general, I feel like we really need to hear more from Faith, Mary J. Blige, J-Lo. They were very much in the mix at the time, the most crucial time of understanding how Puffy came to be, or how Diddy came to be as powerful and as possibly or allegedly conniving and manipulative as he is. I would really love to hear more about them, and I'll actually do readings on them later tonight. And I want to remind everyone that J-Lo was the girlfriend between Kim and Cassie. These are pictures of Faith, Mary J. Blige, and J-Lo. But here we go. This is Diddy and J-Lo. So J-Lo was the girlfriend in between Kim Porter and CASSIE Ventura, the one who eventually filed the lawsuit. So one would assume that J-Lo had the same experience with abuse and sexual deviancy that the others have had, if he seems to be a person that maintains consistent patterns. So I would be very interested to hear from J-Lo or do a reading on her to see if it's true that she may most likely know more than what she lets on. And then my final note here, it says, do you think the sex worker suing Cassie is credible? He seemed so amped up to speak on her in other interviews, and he didn't start sharing these freak-off details until other SWs or sex workers started saying it in court. So what was your impression? Do you think he's just retelling their experiences is he retelling their experiences so he can get his own bag? Or do you think he really legitimately has these grievances, like legal grounds for the lawsuit that he seems to be looking to advance with? So I'd be interested to hear what everyone's impression is on some of those topics or highlights from my notes in the Diddy Doc. So now we are going to switch over to some readings. Let's see. First, we're going to look at other hip-hop and entertainment moguls that have frequently been mentioned in this Diddy Do It conversation, because part of what has been so intriguing around all of the Diddy drama is that people keep speculating that there may be others in the industry that are just as diabolical as him that will go down as well. Some names that have often been mentioned as Diddy's peers that might be cut from the same cloth are his contemporaries, JayZ and 50 Cent. Some felt that 50, being the one to executive produce this Diddy Doc, might be the pot calling the kettle black based on his alleged history of violence and other rumored manipulative behavior towards the women in his life, while JayZ's silence has been loud, as after many years of pictures that seemed like closeness between JayZ and Diddy, now many notice that strategic distance that JayZ has created ever since the Diddy lawsuit drama started, and JayZ's own questionable history has generated the speculation that JayZ is next for a downfall, as many expect that legal troubles may be brewing for JayZ as well. Now, let's remember there was a time when it was all good amongst these three media moguls on the rise, and they would often share space in the conversation of who is the richest or most successful. All of these men got their start in hip hop, but eventually they grew to be competitors. So I am going to just give some brief background for those that are very disconnected from the world of hip hop, especially New York based rappers, as 50 Cent, Diddy, and JayZ are all originally from New York. So we have 50 Cent. His legal name is Curtis Jackson III. He is currently 50 years old. Okay, 50 Cent is 50. That's great. He is originally from Queens, New York. He's a Cancer. Then we have Diddy, who is Sean John Combs. He is 56 years old, recently celebrated his birthday last year. He's originally from Uptown, Harlem, Mount Vernon area of New York. And we have JayZ. Original name is Sean Corey Carter. He's currently 56, just like Diddy. Born in the same year as Diddy as well, 1969. Interestingly enough, he also is born on the 4th of his month, just like Diddy. So Diddy is born November 4th, JayZ is born December 4th, and JayZ is from Brooklyn, while again, Diddy is from Uptown Queens, and Diddy is from Uptown, Harlem, Mount Vernon area, and 50 Cent is from Queens. So another thing that I wanted to mention that Diddy and 50 seem to have in common is that they had a rough upbringing through their mom. So we heard in the Diddy Doc about what Diddy's mom was like, but 50 Cent apparently lost his mom earlier on because of violence. I believe his mom was a drug dealer and she passed away when he was single digits years old, if I remember correctly. So they are all cut from the same cloth in terms of their origins, but because they all got their start in hip hop and rap, they actually shared a lot of space, which I'm going to share this throwback video that has been circulating. Let's see. So this is a video where 50 Cent, JayZ, Diddy, they're all on stage, and that's also Kanye West, Swizz Beatz, which is a producer that did a lot of these beats. Look at them, look at them, look at them. Because now they want to act like they don't know each other, but it was all good back in 2007 at the Madison Square Garden in New York for a Scream Fest tour that rapper T.I. was doing, and he brought all of these New York rappers on the stage at a time that they were all really hot. They all had really top music in their genre, and they all seemed to have developed what seemed like a brotherhood or a camaraderie, where they were what also seemed like competitive in a way that was friendly. So the competition amongst them was like, who's going to be higher on the Forbes, who's getting more money, who's getting more business deals outside of the music industry. So within music, of course, it's like whose album is doing better, who has more artists, whose brand is more viable. But then we have them breaking out into beverages, apparel. Diddy had his parties. JayZ has his 40/40 club. Then about influence, Diddy had his reality show Making the Band, and I think he threw himself into politics. JayZ did business management with his newly formed Rock Nation company, dealing with athletes and whatever else he does with his business moves. 50 Cent did movies and production, which is where he seems to be finding his footing now. He seems to be on top of his game. This is a much better fit for him than the music, it seemed. Well, he had his day in the music as well, his peak in the music. So yeah, there was an energy of friendly competition amongst them, and also worth noting that Jane Doe / possibly Daphne Joy, Diddy's baby mom, at the time that she was alleging that she went to another freak off in another state for another big time celebrity, that's when Kanye West showed up to the courtroom, Diddy's courtroom, during the Diddy trial this summer in New York. And the connection was made that she possibly went to a Kanye West freak off. So when we just connect those little dots, we do see that, okay, with them rubbing shoulders and having to have these similar account of events in common, then it's easy for some to assume that, well, maybe this one and maybe that one, and maybe there's more to it in terms of how many of them are really, as they say, cut from the same cloth. But currently at this time, for those that are petty and for those that are keeping up, people would say that 50 Cent is winning because those who laugh last laugh loudest. And that is also part of the speculation that people feel that maybe 50 Cent is thinking of possibly getting something, edging out JayZ as well. Because for some reason, despite the closeness that we see in this video here, if you're watching it on the landscape platform, or it's going to be this video here if you're watching it on the vertical platform, according to these videos, they were really close at some point, and now they all seem to be rivals and distancing from each other, and 50 Cent is kind of taking advantage of that tension to well produce the very talked about Diddy Doc at this time. So anyway, we have enough background. Let's actually dive into these readings. Let me make sure the visuals are aligned as we close out these notes. So tonight I will do readings on the 3 New Yorkers that we just gave some background on. I actually want to first look at the energy of 50 Cent and JayZ, since rumors keep alleging that JayZ is necked for a downfall and that 50 Cent's yard isn't clean either. But because of how well done this Diddy Doc was and how good 50 is at being petty and trolling his enemies, the internet streets have been joking that 50 should start working on a JayZ expose as well. So let's see if indeed these guys have karma to face or conflictive energy brewing between them. So what is the energy or relationship like between 50 Cent and JayZ? We also want to see what's to come next for 50 Cent and what's to come for JayZ. So actually, let me switch decks here. Hello, thank you for joining us. We're actually diving into our first reading of the night on 50 Cent and JayZ. Let me actually get a good bridge shuffle here so we can energize the deck. Ooh, there we go. Card's feeling good. I haven't streamed in a while, so it feels nice to touch these cards again. So, actually I won't accept this because I want to be very clear about what I am asking the spirit for. Spirit, how does 50 Cent feel about JayZ? Let's get a few cards out about how does 50 Cent feel about JayZ. Ooh, we have the 7 of Wands. So that indicates someone that feels like they are on top but under attack, and they might be not incentivized, but they may be motivated to keep their place. So it's definitely an energy of competition and wanting to stay on top pretty much. So 50 Cent may be feeling like he has momentum at this time. He has some either leverage against JayZ or something that has him currently above him. Maybe it's his net worth. Maybe it's his maybe his brand at this time is a little more relevant since JayZ has been laying low this year because of all the Diddy connections and whatever other lawsuits were dismissed related to JayZ earlier this year. So interesting. 50 Cent is coming out fighting. What else can we see about 50's energy? Yeah. Wow. He is fearless. He is energized. He is passionate. 50 Cent's fired up at this time. I know 50 is a Cancer. This is a Leo card. We have here the Knight of Wands. This is someone that, again, is very fearless, very impulsive, adventurous, passionate, and looking to move fast. Someone that is, as I mentioned here, looking to take advantage of a momentum, a sense of movement, energy, action. 50 Cent's actually according to these cards, 50 Cent's energy at this time is energized. He's ready to advance with any other docuseries or public conflicts that may continue to add to his image or his momentum, especially with such a big name as JayZ, since he sees how much his recent expose against Diddy has worked in his favor. Ooh, wait a minute. For those of you just joining, we are doing a reading on how does 50 Cent feel about JayZ. We just got the 10 of Swords, and this indicates betrayal, sabotage, something that was overdue to come to an end. This could indicate literally wanting to take someone down, wanting to end someone's reign, wanting to end someone's life. Let's hope it's not really that serious. We hope to not see any violence amongst our public figures, but unfortunately, these men have been rumored to get violent, and 10 daggers in someone's spine is not necessarily the most peaceful picture that one could see. So let's take out one more card to see what is the energy between 50 Cent and JayZ. It's unstable. It's argumentative. There is something about you're not really a part of this foundation authentically, because the 4 of Wands, it's about stability, home foundations. And when I mentioned in the intro information that all of these people are, hi James, what's fake? Hey James, I see that you're saying something's fake. What's fake? Nothing's fake over here. I'm ready for trolls, so don't come and play over here. Anyway, 4 of Wands in reverse, to me, in this reading, in this energy, indicates that 50 Cent may feel like JayZ is no longer one of us, because when I take the idea of house, home life stability, we take it in reverse, which indicates instability in the home life, instability in our origins, in our roots. He's not one of us. We need to take him down or end his reign or end his whatever he's got going on, whatever his position is, because I'm competitive and I want to stay on top. And I have the juice right now. I have the energy. It seems like the rumors may be true. 50 Cent may indeed have an eye on JayZ in terms of who else should I be either targeting or exposing according to these cards. So I'll pause there and I will, let's see, should I now do what's to come for 50 Cent? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Let me stick with 50 Cent and then I'll do the same 2 questions, but from JayZ's perspective. So let me do a shuffle here. Okay. Spirit, please tell me what's to come for 50 Cent, because there's so many rumors that he has cut from the same cloth as a Diddy, as what's rumored about JayZ. So is 50 Cent also due for a downfall? Are there skeletons in 50 Cent's closet? What is to come for 50 Cent at the end of this, what seems to be a purge within the music and entertainment industry of dirty people? Just to put it cleanly, that's the cleanest way I could put it, dirty people. Spirit, please show me a few cards about what's to come for 50 Cent in the aftermath of all of this attention he's getting from the Diddy Doc, what seems to be the downfall or the start of the downfall for Diddy, who's currently incarcerated, the appetite that the public currently has for figuring out who else in the industry is similar to Diddy. Wow, interesting. We got the 7 of Wands again. Remember, we got it in this earlier part of the reading when we asked what's 50 Cent's energy towards JayZ. But now we're getting this again when we're asking what's to come for 50 Cent. So I'm going to take this to mean that 50 Cent is going to either stay on top or do everything he can to stay on top with the Seven of Wands. He may experience some attacks. He may experience some accusations that will come his way to try to bring him down to other people's level. But it seems like he will manage to keep an edge, keep the advantage, keep the favor or the momentum in his favor based off that card. Let's see what else is to come for him. Oh, interesting. Hierophant. So this is about someone wanting to belong to a community or a group. I wouldn't expect that from someone that is trying to stay on top, because this is basically someone wanting to distinguish themselves. But when I look at this again, maybe this is trying to point out that there is mentorship or someone above 50 Cent, because in the Hierophant, in the original Hierophant, we usually see two people that are either praying to or gaining messaging from the Hierophant priests themselves. So this may be trying to indicate that maybe 50 Cent is taking orders. Maybe 50 Cent is following a plan that comes from someone that is above him. Or maybe because the Hierophant could also indicate a sense of learning. Maybe he has learned something that he is now implementing. I know those guys love to talk about how they read the 40 Laws of Power, 48 Laws of Power book. And when you are dealing with enemies or adversaries, you want to level them to the floor completely. So maybe this card indicates that 50 Cent is just doing what he's learned in order for him to stay on top. Let's pull out a few more cards. Whoa, something about the past with this Six of Cups. But since it's upright, this indicates something favorable about the past. Let's see what comes after this card, because depending on what comes after it, it could be good or bad. Maybe the past is coming back to haunt 50 Cent, or maybe he learned from the past and that's why he is trying to stay ahead of the narrative and be the aggressor in the situation, a smooth aggressor, because he's been playing very chill in the press run, but behind the scenes, those people that have followed 50 Cent for all the years that he's been a professional online troll, they know how 50 Cent gives it up, how he will, how 50 Cent will really throw dirt on someone's name, or it's not really dirt. Usually there's facts behind it. So he will really expose other people's dirt, I should say. But let's see what comes after this for the question of what's to come next for 50 Cent after all of this Diddy and possible JayZ stuff. Interesting. Two of Swords. So this indicates that a tough decision has been made. And so now there's clarity, but also visually, this could indicate separation. So it could be separating from a group or distancing oneself from the past. 50 Cent might be looking to distance himself from whatever past, maybe trying to come back to haunt him, or whatever people may be throwing in his face or dirt on his name to try to retaliate and try to bring him down with them. But so far, the cards indicate that 50 Cent may manage to stay on top, whether there are facts or not, in terms of if he has done stuff in that similar world of deviancy, of violence, of things that are worthy of a downfall, similar to Diddy, similar to what people speculate might be coming for JayZ. It seems like 50 Cent would survive or overcome all of that based off these cards so far. So let's just get one more card. Ooh, Ace of Cups in reverse. This is when one's cup is empty, meaning they might be repressed emotionally. They might not be very emotionally available. They might be a bit apathetic instead of empathetic. Instead of caring about other people, they may be very disconnected from people and whatever consequences they face, and just very much about themselves. So 50 Cent could just be very cold and very focused on himself and not necessarily playing an emotional game, not necessarily playing an emotional game, but playing a logical game, moving with his mind and not his heart, based off of this Ace of Cups. Let me see if I should take one more. Let me see what the bottom of these decks were saying. Ooh, manipulative. Ooh, resting easy. Yeah, wait a second. Doesn't want to move on, but then will get over some sort of grief and some sort of loss. Okay. Well, interesting to see. I think we'll leave it there. Based off of these cards thus far, it does look like 50 might manipulate his way into staying on top, because he's going to be very emotionally disconnected from just doing what he has to do to separate himself from whatever attacks might come his way, and trying to get his ops or enemies before they get him. So let's switch up to now do these same readings on JayZ. Let me see if there are any questions in the chats. How is everyone doing? Where are you guys watching from? While I switch and shuffle these cards, let me see if I missed any messages. Oh, it looks like I'm not signed in to this chat. That's weird. For those on the Red app, can you guys send a message? Oh, I see. Hi, Skega, Louisiana. Oh, wow. Thanks for sticking around. I thought you were gonna jump off and then come back for the Aaron Taylor Johnson readings. I didn't know you had interest on the Diddy stuff too. It's so nice to have you. It's so nice to chat with you live. Louisiana, what's the weather like there right now? Who else do we have? Do you guys see me on Twitch still? Can I get a cute emoji on my Twitch, please? Oh, thank you, Skegga. Oh my gosh. It's so nice to have my shiny viewers on the live stream. Of course, I love all of you new viewers as well, but seeing the tried and true, the return, sparkly viewers, it really is heartwarming. I mean, this is what I do it for. Thank you, Skegga. I really appreciate you. Beautiful message. Thank you. Hello, Lauer. I don't know how to say it, but thank you for those cute emojis. I love it. All right. So let's take a little sip of my magic tea. And let's transition into these readings. Same questions we just asked. Let's ask them about JayZ. Spirit, how does JayZ feel about 50 Cent? Let's get some cards out about how JayZ feels about 50 Cent. Oh, 80 degrees in Louisiana. I'm jealous. I'm in a colder part of the world. But the tea is keeping me warm. All right. It's so nice to interact with you guys, truly. I'm so glad I was able to upgrade my equipment to start doing these live streams with you all, because I started my channel at the beginning of the year and I was just doing videos, edited videos, of course, that were recorded in advance. But this interactive portion that streaming allows is really such a pleasure. It's one of my favorite things. Okay, so let's see what the cards have to say. Let me give it one more bridge shuffle here. Okay, not too much of a bridge. That was just a riffle shuffle, but let's see what the cards have to say. Spirit, how does JayZ feel about 50 Cent? Spirit, let's get some cards about how JayZ feels about 50 Cent. Okay. We have the Page of Pentacles. This indicates someone looking to seize an opportunity, looking to manifest something, looking to get started on an idea that might be lucrative, looking to put in the work in terms of developing their skills to accomplish something. So JayZ might be plotting too, based off of this card. Interesting. Let's see what else we get. We have, oh, wait a minute, Justice card in reverse. There may be some injustice, some unfairness. The Justice card upright indicates karma, fate, destiny that may be returning to someone, because people reap what they sow. So any energy that someone puts out there, it may eventually return to them and find them, good or bad. But in reverse, this indicates an injustice, meaning someone that might be dark and dirty may not be getting what they deserve. Someone might evade consequences, evade accountability. So let's see if we get some more clarity on that. Ooh, yes. We have a confirmation here with the Tower card in reverse, which indicates avoidance of a disaster. And this is usually a disaster that needs to happen. So when we back it up with this Justice card in reverse, this is someone that is supposed to get their just due, someone that is supposed to have their tower crumble and have to rebuild it. But they are cleverly and sneakily maneuvering to avoid consequences, to avoid fate, karma, to avoid having a calamity or collapse of all that they have built. So it seems so far the cards are communicating that JayZ is in an energy of conservation, preservation, preserving all that he has built in terms of the tower. It always indicates things of high value and high importance and high investment in someone's life. And he is very protective at this time and looking to plan and maneuver. He's not taking things lying down in terms of what energy JayZ perceives to be coming towards him after all of this Diddy aftermath. JayZ may be trying to stay a few steps ahead of people to protect his palace, protect all that he has built in terms of his brand, his businesses, his marriage, his everything. Let's get a few more cards out. Wow, we saw this card in the previous reading from 50 Cent. So this indicates, again, instability in the home life. So despite JayZ's resilience at this time, let me see. Yes, Geka, same card. So and same card, but different interpretation is in this reading. So despite JayZ's resilience and perseverance, and I guess I interpret this as like scrappiness. He's holding on to make sure he stays afloat. He's covering himself to make sure that if there are any skeletons, if there are any, if he is meant to face any, consequences or accountability for anything that he may have done, he is avoiding that at all costs. But this Four of Wands in reverse indicates that there may be arguments or instability in his home life. And who's in his house? Beyonce, the very beautiful, very talented songstress, world-renowned entertainer. And so maybe whatever attention is finding poor Queen Bee, I know, I love her, but she might be crumbling with his tower eventually. So far, the cards don't indicate that's what to come for them, but she is a part of his castle. And it seems like all of the negative attention that JayZ has been getting may be causing tension, arguments, and instability in JayZ's home life, in his personal life. We can actually translate that to personal life. So he is fighting as best as he can so that he can resolve and rectify his behind the scenes life, because this is actually an important part of how JayZ seems to maneuver. This is just now me speaking my personal opinion. This is not fact. This is just me as an observer of society. It seems like JayZ uses the very beautiful and beloved Beyonce as his shield, and her favor is used to kind of protect him from his karma and the justice that is meant to find him. And so it's very important for JayZ to keep that relationship so that he can continue to protect himself, to keep the peace or keep the trust of Beyonce during this time of turmoil and uncertainty, so that he can continue to ultimately protect himself and evade justice. Let me see, what am I seeing? I love seeing what Skeka is saying. Well, he did meet her when she was 17. She is beloved. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Ooh, new ideas and curiosity, someone leveling up their skills. But I think for the 50 Cent, I stopped at 4 cards, so I will probably do the same. But because I'm already here, let me just see. Look at that. Another one that was in the previous reading. Very motivated, very much about being in control, persevering, powering forward. This is about willpower and motivation. In terms of how JayZ's energy may be at this time. Whoa, the Emperor in reverse. That caught my attention. This is someone's empire is going to come to an end. Someone's empire might crumble. That's why he's holding on, not allowing his tower to crumble, not allowing that justice or karma to find him. The king does not want to fall, but since this card is in reverse, and for those of you that saw my Meg Thee Stallion reading, we also got this at the end of that reading, and she's connected to Roc Nation somehow. She's been in a lot of legal action recently. Seems like JayZ's empire might crumble. It may be inevitable, I should say. It may be inevitable for JayZ's empire to crumble. And that's why he is working so hard to preserve and persevere. So let's switch decks now to see what is to come for JayZ with all of this energy that society and his industry seems to have for him. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Exactly. Same cards can mean different things when put together with others. I love having an informed audience. So that is awesome. Oh, wow. I guess my tea is affecting my shuffles. Okay. So, Spirit, please, let's get a good shuffle in. Boom. There we go. Let's get a few cards out to find out what is to come for JayZ in the future, Spirit. What is to come for JayZ in the future? Is there any truth to all of the rumors that he may indeed have some skeletons in his closet, that he may indeed face some sort of justice or some sort of tower moment that he seems to be trying to evade at this time? Will there be a downfall of the JayZ empire in the future, Spirit? Let's get some cards out to know what is to come for JayZ, since we just did a reading on... Wait a second, how did that come out? That came out sideways. Ooh, how do I take that? Let's see, because this way it means bad luck, bad karma, bad fortune, external forces. Upright, it's the reverse. Good luck, good karma. Let's see. I'm actually going to shuffle just to be fair. I don't ever want to just... Your hand turned it up? Oh, so wait a second. Let me see. Oh, if it's reversed and that's bad luck. JayZ, your time may have come. Wheel of Fortune is the cycle of life. This is fate, karma, destiny. And if this is in reverse, it looks like your days are numbered. Indeed, Skeka, the days are numbered, because despite JayZ's efforts to avoid any persecution or accountability that 50 Cent or any other industry peers may be looking to direct to in JayZ's direction, it seems like ultimately his fate will be unfortunate. Let's see what else we get here for JayZ. Ooh, we have the Page of Swords in reverse. So this indicates bad news, legal issues, someone that is immature, so they are not communicating correctly. They could be defensive. They could be bad with their words, conflictive. This is bad press as well. So I'm going to lead with the definition of this card of JayZ likely being defensive. If anything were to come to light, anything negative were to come to light. We saw some of that from him earlier this year when there was a lawsuit from someone that claimed that he was in some situation with Diddy that did get dismissed, but JayZ came out swinging, and he came out swinging not only at the accuser but also at the lawyer. I think it was Tony Bugsby, or correct me if I'm wrong if you guys know the names of these people, but whoever it was, he questioned his credentials. He really dressed him down in the press. And because this is following the Wheel of Fortune card in reverse, this indicates that while JayZ might try to take the same approach with anything else that comes out about him in terms of trying to really sow doubt and cast a negative impression around the credibility of whoever may be accusing him, ultimately fate will take precedence or priority. Let's see. It's going to go down for JayZ, basically. Whoa, we have, once again, the Four of Wands in reverse. We just saw that in this first row when we asked about what's JayZ's energy towards 50 Cent. But we can now see it here again, which I would take it to mean this is JayZ's energy towards the whole industry, or towards anyone that may be looking to attack him, to expose him in a negative light. It seems like no matter how he protests or defends himself, it will still have negative impacts on JayZ's personal life. And we already discussed previously how important it is for him to keep his queen bee as a part of his team or his plan to shield himself from consequences or public opinion. So we are again seeing this idea of fate and inevitability playing a role. And because we're seeing this again, I don't want to get too far in the predictions, but I would go as far as saying that we might see a separation between JayZ and Beyonce. Something is not right in the home life. And this doesn't indicate action as yet, but that level of instability is not sustainable. So let's get out a few more cards and see where this is going. Ooh, indeed, weighing one's options. What's the best way out of this with this Seven of Cups? What's the best option? What's the best choice? Which decision should I make? How should I pivot? Which route should I take to try to navigate this? So this might be a time of confusion. This is a time of worry, anxiety, a time where a lot of the tactics that JayZ may have used all along all these years, it may no longer be working. So JayZ may need to, or may want to try something different and something new to try and regain some leverage, favor, or advantage in whatever situations may be confronting him in the future. Definitely, with this Magician in reverse indicating manipulation. So he may be using his wisdom, his skills, his power, his resources in order to preserve himself. This is all about self-preservation. And the Magician is someone who is very manipulative. This could also be someone who is not using their full range of resources, skills, powers, and assets in order to be the best they can be. But we have seen, or we have heard, that JayZ allegedly tends to be very severe and a bit ruthless in the way that he does business, very self-serving. And when we see a card like the Magician, that kind of reinforces that kind of character. So I would probably leave it here to match the amount of cards that I pulled for the 50 Cent reading, but I just want to take a peek. So we have the Queen of Pentacles, work-life conflict, work-life imbalance. Again, this is the third time we're seeing in this reading, similar to the Four of Wands, that there is likely stability in someone's personal life due to an imbalance with their priorities between personal life and work life, home life and business, branding and image versus your wife and kids. So that imbalance and that prioritization of finances, power, materialism seems to be a contributing part of conflict, an ongoing part of conflicts for JayZ. And we also saw here the Four of Cups, which is a dissatisfaction with some of what someone has in life. Wait a second. This Four of Cups, is that saying that he's not even really happy with his home life? Ooh, yikes. Like he's not even really happy with Queen Bee, with Beyonce, with the family life, with the kids. Like he's just doing it to, again, use that as his cover, but he doesn't really truly enjoy. Wow, he doesn't really truly enjoy his family man life. That's just a part of the image that he has created to maneuver and navigate and manipulate. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Again, all of this is just alleged, no facts, no truth, just tarot. But based on these cards, that's what I'm getting. Two of Cups. Did I flip these cards? Because this is about proposals. This is about, yikes, Eight of Swords. Okay, someone's setting themselves free. I didn't want to keep reading, but I can't help. So the Eight of Swords, let me just show it for you that are on the landscape view. So the Eight of Swords upright indicates someone that's keeping themselves in a bad situation, because there is a lot of pain and sacrifice for them to remove themselves from it, but then they continue to experience pain and sacrifice by keeping themselves in it as well. But in reverse, it indicates someone that's kind of breaking free from that. And because of this Two of Cups, which indicates mutually beneficial connections. So this could be romance, this could be partnership, this could be business dealings and contracts, some sort of proposal. I want to circle back to what I was saying earlier about these two Four of Wands in reverse, indicating a sense of instability in their personal life, possibly indicating a desire for separation or a sense of unhappiness with one's home life, since we did also see that Four of Cups at the bottom of this deck. So it seems like even if Beyonce and JayZ are unhappy in their marriage, it seems like, according to these cards, JayZ might work a deal with Beyonce to allow for a separation or to set her free, but in a way that works for both of them. So it's a way to satisfy her so that she doesn't speak too much about what really happened behind the scenes in their relationship, which is what I'm getting from this. So come to a deal with Beyonce so that's like, you can go quietly. Maybe that means that they will pretend like they're still together, but Beyonce will actually be living a separate life so that she could be free from whatever it is that she is scared of feeling the blowback or the backlash of. And it will be some agreement or arrangement that her and JayZ might come to in order for him to save face, for him to not experience as much damage as he could if she actually were to just outright be done with him in a very public and messy way, which doesn't seem like Beyonce's style anyway. But wow, that is what I'm getting for the JayZ portion of the reading. I'm going to leave it there. And we are going to switch off to whatever is next. Let me just catch up with my notes here. Yes, praying for Beyonce. Well, no, don't pray for her because they say she might be doing a different kind of prayer. So let's not pray for people that we don't know how they're praying, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, so, all right, so we are now going to transition into more of the readings in the Diddy world, which will require me to give some more background for those of you just joining us. So let me transition into my visuals that I arranged for us, and let me also take a sip. It's a party, it's a party, it's a party. Okay, let's see which Which set of visuals am I on? Here we go. Okay, my friends, my sparkly viewers. In the Diddy docuseries, we were reminded that a man named Keefe D, wait, this way. Let me do that again. In the Diddy docuseries, we were reminded that a man named Keefe D, or if you're watching it on the vertical, a man named Keefe D, legally named Dwayne Keith Davis, who was connected to the killing of Tupac and alleges he was incentivized by Puffy's affiliate Eric Von Zip Martin to do this. He has an upcoming court date a few months from now in March 2026, which has now been pushed back to August 2026 because they claim new evidence has been found. Now, everyone's wondering how 50 got the BTS footage of Diddy days before he got arrested. But I was more curious or impressed to hear the audio from Keefe D's recorded proffer session with LAPD, where Keefe D is describing in detail how the Tupac shooting unfolded. Let me make sure my visuals are... You see that? That's why I'm so glad I looked, because it's not even there. Shucks. No. Here we go. Okay, guys, sorry. I have to start this segment over because I don't want to have to go through hours of editing later, so please bear with me. Let's see, how do I go back? Okay. Hi, sweet butter baby, welcome. We're doing deep dives on a lot of the people from Diddy's world, since the Diddy Doc is a big topic of conversation right now. So, okay, hold on. Let's get back to the beginning of this. Let's see, boom, boom, boom. Okay. All right, let's take it from the top. In the Diddy docuseries, a man named Keefe D, who was connected to the killing of Tupac and alleges he was incentivized by Puffy's affiliate Eric Von Zip. Happy Thursday, everybody. Some good tea. Okay, I'm not seeing anything on Twitch. Is it Friday? Oh, wow. It's Friday already. That's true. Audio and image. Okay. I'm just waiting to see something on Twitch before I proceed, because it's a pain to be able... It's a pain for me to proceed and then not even have the visibility or audio on one of the platforms. So if someone could please throw a thumbs up on Twitch to confirm for me, please. Okay. I love you all. Thank you so much for staying on with me. I really appreciate you. On this Thursday, Friday, maybe Saturday, whatever time of the day it is, wherever you are in the world, I really appreciate you guys sticking with me. It gives me energy. It gives me motivation and excitement to share all of this tea and these readings with you all. So let's get back in. Let's jump right back in from the top. Thank you all for your patience. I love you guys. Okay. In the Diddy docuseries, we were reminded that a man named Keefe D, legally named Dwayne Keith Harris, who was connected to the killing of Tupac and alleges he was incentivized by Puffy's affiliate Eric Von Zip Martin to do this. He has an upcoming court date a few months from now in March 2026, which has now been pushed back to August 2026 because they claim new evidence has been found. Now, everyone's wondering how 50 got the BTS footage of Diddy days before he got arrested. But I was more curious or impressed by the recorded proffer session that we heard from Keefe D on the Diddy Doc. This was audio from the LAPD, where Keefe D is describing in detail how the Tupac shooting unfolded. And he said after the shooting, he's on a call with Puff, and Puffy was excitedly asking him, "Was that us? Is that us?" Meaning, was that an execution carried out by our network, our gang members, our henchmen? Keefe D says that Diddy agreed to pay $1 million bounty if both Tupac and Suge Knight were unalived. But after Keefe D and his crew caught that body, the money never reached him. The middleman that connected Diddy to Keefe D and the Crips to Puffy, Von Zip Eric Martin, allegedly received $500,000 to give to Keefe, but he never actually passed it on. No surprise there. These are shiesty street people, crooks stiffing crooks. You know the saying, there's no honor amongst thieves. Anyway, somehow 50 50 Cent, and Netflix got that Keefe D proffer audio to include in the docuseries, and it gives more credence to the long-held rumor that people believe Puffy had a lot to do with Tupac and Biggie's assassinations. The docuseries did a great job of laying out the timeline of events around both fatalities for the audience to determine for themselves. So check that out if you haven't already. But this sets me up to now do a reading on the man of the moment, P. Diddy. Let's see what the cards say about Diddy. How does he feel at this time, knowing the docuseries highlights years of his manipulative tactics and reminds everyone of his possible connection to execution. Okay, at this point, it's not even the script, it's the teacup. Take it from the top. Let's see what the cards say about Diddy. And how does he feel at this time, knowing that the docuseries highlights years of his manipulative tactics and reminds everyone of his possible connection to the execution of those two legendary 90s rappers at the height of their success? And this court date is coming up to address it on top of all of Diddy's other pending lawsuits. So first, let's ask, did Diddy indeed conspire to have these two huge rap legends offed or deleted? And did Kim Porter, the mother of Diddy's kids, was she also deleted by Diddy? That's another rumor. Making that clear because we don't have a legal budget over here, so please don't come suing. Everything's alleged. And the last questions I will be asking say, what's Diddy's energy now that his alleged past transgressions are now coming back to haunt him? Finally, I will be asking, what will be the outcome of the Keefe D court case and his other pending court cases? Okay, let's pick up the decks and let's start shuffling to get some answers. Let me see what deck I will start with. So my first question will be, did he indeed conspire to have those two huge rap legends deleted? Okay, so I have to take it one at a time. I actually want to start with this deck because I feel like it's good to switch up the decks to get different energy. Spirit. Did Diddy indeed off? Let's start with Tupac. Did Diddy have anything to do with the deletion of Tupac? Girl, yes. We have the Ace of Cups. This was something emotionally driven. This was a act of passion, personal vendetta. He was personally invested in seeing this guy taken down. So immediately this card says yes, a reminder, no facts, no truth, just tarot. These readings are just for entertainment. Let's see if we can now get a card out to know, Spirit, did Diddy indeed have something to do with Biggie's deletion? Was Biggie unalive because of Diddy? And believe me, I do not want to use these corny terms, unalive, deleted, but there's rules and guidelines for being on these platforms that I've dealt with enough blockage, so I'm just doing what I have to do to be able to share this stuff with you. Yes, for entertainment purposes only. Thank you. I'm usually a lot smoother with this stuff, but because I'm having so much fun with you all tonight, I'm a little more loose. You know what I mean? Okay, Spirit. Did Diddy truly have something to do with Biggie's unaliving? So this Six of Swords indicates that Diddy wanted to move on from something that was of value, something that was difficult for him to leave behind, but it seemed like he would have had more benefits on the other side. So that's not a definitive yes. Let's pull out a few cards. It just indicates that Diddy did see the benefits of what life would be for him after Diddy. after Biggie, excuse me, Diddy and Biggie. That's why I prefer to call him Puffy, because that's what we really know him as from all those years before he started all the name changes. And because when I say Biggie and Diddy, I get confused, but Puffy felt like there was more benefits or incentives for him after Biggie's unaliving. And by the way, with the Six of Swords, when we see the Six of Swords, those swords all indicate trauma, burdens, damage. So even though it's a heavy burden to carry in terms of if he did have his hand on anything to do with Biggie's unaliving, that is something that you would look over your shoulder and be cautious of for the rest of your life. But it seemed like Diddy felt like it was worth the risk, that there were more benefits for him on the other side of Biggie's unaliving. So let's pull out a few more cards, because I feel like that Tupac portion was definitive. But with the Biggie stuff, let's see. Did Puffy indeed have something to do with Biggie's unaliving? Or let me be more direct. Was Biggie unalived because of Puffy? Ooh. So this Knight of Wands indicates a sense of perseverance, resilience, wanting to make it to the end of something. This is a wounded warrior. So Puffy may have felt that he was already taking a lot of battles and attacks, but he was so close to some end goal that he just needed one more step, one more advantage, one more thing for him to get where he was going. So we are again seeing cards that indicate potential motive as to why Puffy would see a sense of advantage to not having Biggie here anymore, but we're still not getting any clarity on is it because of Diddy that Biggie is not here? Well, what a popular card tonight. We're having the Four of Wands, instability again. We just saw it in the past two readings. So perhaps there was a lot of discord in the personal relationship between Diddy and Biggie, and the arguments they were having, the disagreements. From what I recall, I remember there were a lot of rumors or speculation that Biggie was looking to actually leave the Bad Boy record label, that's Puffy's record label, and wanting to go and do his own thing, his own independent thing. And that was probably very destabilizing for Diddy. And that tension, discord may have contributed to Puffy's thought process of, well, gee, what are my options? Where do things get better for me? Let's see. It's looking a lot better for me if this guy is not here anymore. Again, we're seeing the third time, for the third card, I should say, a motive, a potential motive, but no definitive, yeah, I did it. Okay. Hermit card in reverse, indicating someone that no longer wants to be isolated. No longer wants to be alone. So maybe Diddy felt like in order for him to elevate himself to wherever it is that he wanted to be, because remember what I said with this Nine of Wands, wanting to get to some end goal, that he needed to step out more publicly, he needed to come out in front, is what I'm getting from this Hermit card in reverse. He needed to come out in front visibly, publicly, like everyone that was in his record label, in the Diddy Bad Boy record label. If it seems like this card is communicating that Diddy felt like he had to come out in front of everyone to achieve his goals. Ooh, and he was very motivated and determined with this Chariot card upright. Diddy really wanted to accomplish his goals of being on top of his industry, of his label, of achieving his goals. So it seems like there's a lot of incentive here for Diddy to want to go with it. Yes, misery loves company. Exactly. Seems like Diddy wasn't where he wanted to be, but he saw a lot of potential in where he could be if Biggie wasn't here, based off of these cards. This reading is for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. Yeah, ideas, talkative. Ooh, look at that. Wow. I want to say something about this card, but first let me see what's on the bottom of these. Yeah. Ooh. Wait a minute. Ooh. Okay, hold on. So first, with this 9 of Swords reverse, this indicates that after a period of worry, anxiety, paranoia, insomnia, being very stressed about something, maybe even overthinking something, that now someone is in a feeling of peace, clarity, like recovery after whatever that stress was. So this is the 6th card that we're getting that shows incentives or motives for getting Biggie out of the way. Like, I will be more at ease. This is me speaking as if I'm Puffy, as if I'm Diddy. I will be more at ease if this guy is no longer here. I will benefit greatly. I will get to where I'm going. I will have more peace and calmness on the other side because there was a lot of infighting, and I want to step out in front. I want to be the showman. I want to be the face of whatever it is that I'm building, and I'm very determined and motivated to do that. So while I'm worried about what it will take to accomplish that, because of the level of control and motivation that it will take to do that, I will feel very at ease on the other side of whatever it takes to get that done, is what I'm getting from that. So then when I see this 2 of Pentacles, this indicates someone juggling 2 or more things of value. And this could indicate someone keeping themselves very busy, someone reprioritizing, keeping very organized. So I would take that to signify someone that's very clever, thoughtful, careful with the way that they move. And that will be a corroboration with this sense of relief, this sense of recovery, like getting on the other side of things. This Death card in reverse is a resistance to change, a fear of change, a resistance to some transformation, some necessary transformation. Now, when we see the Death card upright, we see that death can fall upon those that are religious, those that are regal, those that are children and women. Anybody from any walk of life can see something come to an end, a necessary transformation step into their life. And usually it's better on the other side. But when it's in reverse, that indicates someone is trying to actually stay where they are. So they do not want this element of fairness, this element of every and anyone can get ahead and start anew and branch off on their own. What I'm getting from this is going back to what we saw earlier in these cards with this 4 of Wands in reverse. The arguments that were rumored to be had between Diddy and Puffy were that Biggie wanted to break out on his own. And with this Death card in reverse, I'm getting that Puffy did not want to allow him to move on and start a new chapter on his own. So he kept himself very busy with trying to contain his position or his role, keep his position in the industry, not necessarily just with Biggie. And it seems like he may have seen that it was easier to keep his position without Biggie here on the other side of whatever this original worry was. I feel like I should leave it there, but basically this 3 of Pentacles in reverse indicates people that were not working together. There was one person that was maybe more motivated or proactive in executing a plan, but there is the element of 3 people that worked to get this done, which will be very relevant in one of the readings that I will do later. So there were 3 people that wanted to, or that may have had something to do with the Biggie death with this Three of Pentacles. Let me just show it to you guys upright as well. For those of you that are not familiar with the tarot cards, Three of Pentacles. And then we have the Five of Pentacles in reverse, which indicates after a period of struggle and hardship in either finances or health, now someone is in a place of recovery. And this indicates that someone got help either financially, it could be a new job, it could be some help that came from somewhere, but Pentacles is usually money. And it seems like this is indicating that after this challenging time, which could be interpreted as going through the process of coordinating a potential unaliving of Biggie, now there is financial incentive. Now the money is flowing. Now it's lucrative. Now we're getting on the other side. Now we're getting a lot more for Biggie's catalog, Biggie related content, performances or whatever than we did before. And that's why there's this sense of recovery, relief, and determination and motivation. So I will let you guys do with that what you will. You are a very smart audience. You can look at this and determine, yes, and begin, it's the same, yes. So the Biggie one, I had to dig a little deeper. I'm also going to just pull one more for the Tupac reading, because sometimes while I'm reading, I feel like whatever 1, 2, 4 cards is enough. But then when I'm editing the clips, I'm like, gee, I wish I pulled a few more cards. So let me just get just 1 or 2 more cards to clarify the reading on if Diddy indeed is behind the Tupac unaliving spirit. Please give me a few more cards to clarify this Ace of Cups that we got in the beginning of that question. Is Diddy indeed behind the unaliving or deletion of the legendary, iconic West Coast rapper Tupac? Let's get a few more cards out. Spirit, please clarify for me. Okay. Whoa, no way. Not another ace. Ace of Swords. This indicates truth, honesty. This is the ultimate yes card for any of you that saw the reading that I did on JayZ, and if indeed that kid that they were claiming was his son, if that was his son, this is the first card that came out, and this is a definitive yes. This is all about truth, honesty, mental clarity, new ideas, breakthroughs. But when you look at the visual, this erect sword, which is about truth, justice, honesty, and the illumination behind it, which is like a divine justice, a divine and ultimate truth. This is, after this Ace of Cups, we're now getting the Ace of Swords. So these are super yes cards, 2 strong yes cards. I am confident that I should not pull any more cards, that indeed we are confirmed that the spirit is letting me know through my cards that most likely Diddy indeed was the one behind the Tupac reading for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. So let's move on to our next readings. 1 second here. I just have to take a quick pause. I will be right back, my friends. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, let's see. Can you guys hear me? Can you see me? I'm back after a lot of difficulty. For whatever reason, my system had me log back into each platform again, which was tedious and difficult. So you guys let me know if you can see me or not. Just waiting for some thumbs up or different activities in the chat so that I can continue with where we were. Okay, Javi says we're good to go. So let's pick it back up. I honestly don't even know where I was, so I'm going to just take it back from the top of this segment. that I was leading into another set of readings. For those of you that just joining us, I am doing a deep dive on the background of Diddy, also known as Puff Daddy, Puffy, P. Diddy, Brother Love, lots of different names that he shifted into throughout his career and throughout his time in the public, which he has now seen a lot of legal action and issues that he's facing in his life. Currently incarcerated, Sean P. Diddy Puffy Combs. We are just going down the rabbit hole of a lot of the backstory as well as readings related to people in his origins and his world that we wanted to know more about, since this Diddy Doc has taken over a lot of the online conversation. So let me see if we are good on all platforms, if I can get a thumbs up on the red app, on the purple app, so that I can continue. All right, I see the thumbs. Thank you, guys. YouTube is pumping. YouTube is ready for me. Let me actually put this down and prepare my visuals, because we are about to jump right into these readings. Very eager to continue going with the stream because I have a lot planned. And let's see. Hi, Skegga. I am so grateful that you're still with me. I love you. Thank you. Hi, Javi. Hi, Kuchunga. Thank you guys for being on with me, rocking with me through the technical difficulties, through the fire. I appreciate you guys. So, all right. It looks like we're good on YouTube. It looks like we are. Could I get a thumbs up on Twitch as well, please? Stream Fairies, if you could let me know if I'm Gucci on the purple app so I can continue without disturbances. And let me back up out of my browser. I was using that as a backup to make sure my stream doesn't drop. Let's see. Okay, it looks like we're good on all platforms. Okay. Friends, we are good to go. So let me get started on this next reading. And we're about to go in. No more interruptions. We are on hydration now. Regular hydration. Let's take it from the top. Let's take it from the tippity top. Okay, am I centered? Yes, I am. Awesome. Thank you all for those of you that are still here and for those of you just joining me. So, in the Diddy docuseries, we were reminded that a man named Keefe D, legally named Dwayne Keith Davis, who was connected to the killing of Tupac and alleges he was incentivized by Puffy's affiliate Eric Von Zip Martin to do this. He has an upcoming court date a few months from now in March 2026, which has actually now been pushed back to August 2026 because they claim new evidence has been found. Now, everyone's wondering how 50 got the behind the scenes footage of Diddy days before he got arrested, but I was more curious or impressed to hear the audio from Keefe D's recorded proffer session. Sorry, it's this way. Keefe D's recorded proffer session with LAPD, where Keefe D is describing in detail how the Tupac shooting unfolded. And he said after the shooting, he's on a call with Puff, and Puffy was excitedly asking him, was that us? Is that us? Meaning, was there an execution carried out by our network, our gang members, our henchmen? You know, very much like a Rico. Very relevant to the kind of charges that they tried to get him on earlier this year, but they did not provide evidence that aligned with that. Anyhow, Keefe D says that Diddy agreed to pay $1 million bounty if both Tupac and Suge Knight were unalived. But after Keefe D and his crew caught that body, the money never reached him. The middleman that connected Diddy to Keefe D and the Crips to Puffy was Von Zip, aka Eric Martin. Allegedly, he received $500,000 to give Keefe D, but he never actually passed it on. No surprise there. There are shiesty street people crooks, stiff, crook. These are shiesty. Okay, sorry. Let me just be accurate with my notes. It says, these are shiesty street people, crooks stiffing crooks. Crooks stiffing crooks. You know the saying, there's no honor amongst thieves. Anyway, somehow 50 Cent, 50, and Netflix got that Keefe D proffer audio to include in the docuseries, and it gives more credence to the long-held rumor that people believe Puffy had a lot to do with Tupac and Biggie's assassinations. The docuseries did a great job of laying out the timeline of events around both fatalities for the audience to determine for themselves. So check out the docuseries if you haven't already. But this sets me up to now do a reading on the man of the moment, P. Diddy. Let's see what the cards say about Diddy, how he feels at this time, knowing that the docuseries highlights years of his manipulative tactics and reminds everyone of his possible connection to the execution of those two legendary 90s rappers at the height of their success. And this court date is coming up to address it on top of all Diddy's other pending lawsuit. So first, let's ask Diddy. Oh, sorry, guys. It's quite late where I'm at. So my tongue is getting a bit relaxed and I am not as sharp as I usually am, but here I am just doing repeated takes so that I don't have to do so much post-production. One more time. These two legendary 90s rappers at the height of their success, and the Keefe D court date is coming up to address it, on top of all of Diddy's pending lawsuits. So first, let's ask, did he indeed conspire to have these two huge rap legends offed or deleted? And did Kim Porter, the mother of his kids, was she also deleted by Diddy? What's Diddy's energy now that his alleged past transgressions are now coming back to haunt him? And then what will be the outcome of the Keefe D and Diddy court case? As he has other pending court cases on top of this one, but this is the one that we feel might be the most loaded, backloaded with historical context or evidence, hopefully. So, okay, let me put the visuals away and get the cards going. Was that us? Javi, I know, right? Was that us? Talking like a true mob boss. Thank you, Skeka. Yes, I need energy. I need some energy because I want to give you guys so much tonight because I haven't been able to stream in a while and I have a lot that I want to catch up on. So, okay, let me gather myself. Let me see what deck I want to work with right now. Did Diddy indeed conspire to have those two huge rap legends deleted? Wait, did I do these readings already? No, I just did readings on 50 Cent and JayZ. Okay. So, actually, let me do this deck. I feel like this deck has been pretty good tonight. It's nice to switch them up. I mean, I love the art on this deck, but I'm just switching it up a bit tonight to keep the visuals fresh, you know? Okay. Hello to my people on Twitch. Thank you for being with me during these power hours. No TikTok tonight. Whoa. So we saw a bunch of aces when I was asking if Diddy had anything to do with the assassinations of Biggie and Tupac. And now we're seeing the Ace of Wands, but I feel like I didn't really properly set up the reading. The thing is, the way I'm set up, I don't know if I already did these readings. So can someone in the comments let me know, did I already do readings on if Diddy offed Tupac and Biggie? I think I did, right? Because I'm just getting repeat cards. You pulled the Ace of Swords for a yes. But was that about the two? Yes, I did. Okay, thank you for confirming, Skeka. Okay, so now I see the next question I was going to do was, is Diddy behind the unaliving of his baby mama, Kim Porter? Let's see what the cards have to say about that. Spirit, please tell me clearly, was Diddy behind the unaliving of Kim Porter, his longtime girlfriend, partner, and the mother of his first few publicly known children? Should I take these? Too many repeat cards from the previous reading. I mean, it is energetically feeling accurate, but I just want to really get clear and fresh messages. So let me shuffle again. Spirit, was Diddy behind the unaliving of his baby mama, longtime girlfriend and partner, Kim Porter? Did Diddy, Puff Daddy, Puffy delete Kim Porter? Wait a minute. So this is the Nine of Pentacles, which indicates someone basking in the rewards of the work that they've put into something. This indicates self-sufficiency, independence, luxuries. Not clear on that yet, but let's keep going. Spirit, was Diddy behind the deletion of Kim Porter from this dimension? Not again. The Chariot. He was definitely very motivated. This Chariot card indicates there must have been something to incentivize him to do it, but we are still not getting clear messages on if he definitely did. Ooh. Manifestation and manipulation with this Magician card. So Diddy has a way of making things happen according to this card. He may not have done it directly, but he has the skills, the tools, the power to get something like that done, to execute such of a plan. Wow. And I also want to point out with the Magician, we see connection to the space above us, which is, sorry, I'm usually more eloquent. Let me try that again. We see connection to the astros. We see connection to the spiritual realm, as well as connection to the earthly realm. So this infinite symbol means infinite possibilities, limitlessness, and the ability to use all of one's connections, skills, assets, powers, abilities to execute a plan. So this is giving me the sense that Diddy is very powerful and able to orchestrate things, even if he himself doesn't do it, and particularly when he's motivated or determined to get something like that done. Ooh, the Mother. We have the Empress card, the goddess that is fertile and abundant and creative. So it feels like these two cards are giving the energy of Kim Porter, someone who is abundant, self-sufficient, gets it out the mud. She is a mother, which she was indeed the mother to many of Diddy's children. And what are we saying about the Mother, Spirit? Let's see what cards follow that. What are we saying about the Mother? Ooh. Someone was coming in hot, taking swift and fast action with this Knight of Wands. Someone was very passionate to do something to this mother, or very passionate about this mother. Passionate, lustful, adventurous, active. I'm just reminding myself of all the keywords of the core meanings of the Knight of Wands. But this is all about action, quick and fast action. Let's see what else we get out here. Ooh, conflicts. The Five of Wands usually indicates a sense of conflict and competition. So there must have been some element of competition that Diddy kind of needed to get the edge or the leverage on again. These are terms that we've used several times tonight, but it seems to be a reoccurring theme in the cards. So let's see what else we get after that. Gee, you guys saw me shuffle, right? Like every time I get repeat cards, I'm just like, wow, these cards are really being very consistent in communicating certain energies whenever I get repeat cards. So here we have the Two of Pentacles, being very busy, juggling several priorities at once, trying to be very organized and meticulous. And we have the Nine of Cups, which is someone being very happy that they got what they wished for. So when I connect this to the Magician card, I am again getting the sense or the interpretation of what's the orchestration? Yes. I'm getting the sense of orchestration. Someone orchestrated and got what they wanted. Someone juggled their priorities and used their skills, their power, their resources to get what they wanted. So for those of you that can read between the lines, I think that's kind of giving us a clear answer. It is pretty much aligned with what the rumors are, that people believe that Puffy, Diddy allegedly had a lot to do with the unaliving of his baby mom's / longtime partner and girlfriend, Kim Porter. But I'll still take out a few more. Ooh. Wow. This is the Sun card in reverse, which is a sense of pessimism, darkness. Of course, it could be temporary, but in this reading, I would actually interpret it to mean someone who's just bad and dark on the inside. They're not sunny. They're not happy to enjoy their life and celebrate their kids. They kind of are looking to take the light from someone, set the sun in terms of the sun setting for good on somebody. Look at that. King of Cups. So this is actually a leader that can be compassionate, that can be diplomatic. Usually someone with emotional intelligence. I'm not sure that that is giving me a clear message here. Let me just look at the others that we're seeing on the deck. Okay. Ooh, oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So it seems like I could interpret this King of Cups to mean that Diddy may have actually really truly loved Kim Porter, but something about her was very burdensome. When we see the 10 of Wands, of course, we're seeing it in reverse. The 10 of Wands in reverse indicates a burden that requires delegation. You need someone else to take it off of your hands, off of your shoulders. You no longer can bear that responsibility. And we also see the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, which indicates someone that is, this has many interpretations. So this could be someone that is unreliable, someone that's a perfectionist and not getting what they want out of something that they're investing effort in. This could be someone that's lazy and therefore, as we saw here, perhaps getting someone else to do their work. When I connect these two, this person who's unreliable, which I will translate into unpredictable, is looking for someone to offload something or someone that is a problem for them based off of these two cards. And then we bring in the Three of Cups reversed, which indicates someone that is retreating from social environments or involved in social environments so much that it is actually working against them. So I wonder what that means. Something about a trio or a group of multiples working in the negative, working against someone. Maybe if the conspiracy is true that Diddy or someone related to Diddy or whoever conspired to unalive Kim Porter, it seems like they worked in a group. But because it's in reverse, it feels like this is saying like they won't get away with it. Like 3 people or several people worked together to get this done, to get this off of Diddy's hands because he didn't want to do it himself. But they may not get away with it. Maybe it's going to come to light. Because sorry to say, it seems like this is saying that he liked her too much to do it himself. But also he wanted to put up this face of like, no, I'm the loving, compassionate, longtime partner and baby father, I would never. But she's a problem for me. So let me get someone else to do it. And that someone else or someone else's may not have done a good enough job. It may be revealed at some point who were the ones behind the unaliving of the late Kim Porter. Whoa, interesting. So this is not a definitive Diddy did it, but this is once again showing us that Diddy had a lot of motivation to do the unaliving of his baby mom's, Kim Porter. There was conflict. There was motivation, enthusiasm, willpower, power, control, resources. Someone wanted this. Again, the Knight of Cups, meaning someone has their wish fulfilled, but they want someone else to do the dirty work. Take this off of my hands. Someone dark. Not in the light, but in the dark, as this Sun card in reverse would suggest. And whoever was involved, seems like they may not have done that good of a job. This Three of Cups in reverse, which to me, for this energy, I would interpret it as they may be discovered. Interesting. They may be discovered, or I mean, emotionally, this could also be read as those people were more heartless against Kim. Because if we look at this King of Cups, as I interpreted before, it was like Puffy didn't have the heart to do it himself. So these people that were unattached to her, that's what this card may be saying, that whoever the perpetrators were, Puffy was clever enough, Puffy was clever enough, manipulative enough to select people that were not directly connected to her to execute that plan so that he could remain looking like, no, I loved her, I would never. But these people that don't have any loyalty or reasoning to, have an opinion either way about whether she is alive or unalived, it seems like he got some third parties or some unknowns to assist with this plan, if indeed he had something to do with it, which these cards indicate he did. So again, this is for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. And that was a reading on if Diddy may have unalived his baby mom's Kim Porter, since there's so much discussion over him possibly having something to do with the deletions of the legendary rappers Tupac and Biggie. So you guys saw what the card said. Let's see what the truth says, if it's ever revealed. So now we move on to the next question, which is that even worth doing? You guys tell me. Do you guys want to see? It said, what's Diddy's energy now that his alleged past transgressions are now coming back to haunt him? I feel like he doesn't care. In my mind, I'm thinking he is probably like, oh, that's all you found out? You guys don't know the worst of it. Oh, that's it? Whew, you guys didn't get the full story. I'm feeling like, ooh, it's not that bad after all, But hey, I guess, yeah, let me just throw out a few cards. Like, I don't even want to spend too much time on this because there's so much more to cover tonight. Spirit, how does Diddy feel after the Diddy Doc, after all the revelations that came out in his recently Diddy trial? He still feels like he can make money off of this. Wow. Ace of Pentacles. He still feels like there's some financial opportunities. Hold on, let me make sure I shuffle this properly. So, let's see. Spirit, how does Diddy feel currently while he's in jail, after this Diddy Doc, after the impression that everyone has gotten of him, or the revival of the conversation around Diddy that has been revived about his character and his tactics, Spirit, potentially and allegedly. Did this come out? No. Oh, ooh, yeah, he's not bothered. He actually sees some financial opportunities, what I'm getting from this Five of Cups reversed. It's like the worst is over. It's like it actually wasn't as bad. That's what I was actually saying before I even pulled cards. And he's seeing some financial opportunities, which is like, what? He's seeing, is he thinking of maybe suing Diddy or Netflix because of the documentary? Whoa. For some reason, he's still feeling like he can still come out, you know, get something out of this. And he's emotionally not bothered. He actually, as I said before, it feels like the worst is behind him and it's actually not as bad as he thought it could get. So let's get a little more. I mean, he is stuck between a rock and a hard place with this 8 of Swords. So Diddy feels like he's in a tough place. He's probably just wondering, what is my next step to be able to monetize all of this attention that my name, my brand, my history is getting. Okay, there's more secrets. That's exactly. So just letting you guys in on something that I usually do before my readings, because of course I do a lot of research leading up to some of these readings to try to connect with the energies and get some more background. Ultimately, the goal of these readings is to find out what we don't know, right? So I like to try to learn what we already know to look at what we don't know. But with what I gather to prepare for these readings, I then start meditating on, okay, based off of public perception or what we already know, what kind of cards would I anticipate seeing in these readings? And this High Priestess card is one of the cards that I thought I would most likely see in a Diddy reading, because this indicates hidden information, secrets. Just as I said earlier, it feels like Diddy is like, wow, you guys don't even know the worst of it. You guys didn't even get everything out. You guys just are filling in the gaps of the narrative that was already out in the public, but you guys didn't get the full story. There's still so much hidden, or there's still so many secrets behind the truth of what Diddy was truly involved in. And that's why he feels emotionally unbothered or undisturbed, because he's like, wow, it wasn't that bad after all. But he's still walking a tightrope. He's still on a thin line that he has to navigate in terms of making sure that his next steps lead to something better instead of something worse. Like, okay, I've seen everything that they've exposed about me, that they've put out. It's actually not as bad as I thought. It doesn't really expose some of the other stuff that I may have been a part of that people don't know about yet. There's a lot of unknown activities, deeds, or malice or whatever that people don't know about. So the line that he is walking right now is, how do I preserve the position I have right now without making it worse, without letting these secrets get exposed, or this hidden information come out? And then we have the 3 of Swords in reverse, which indicates a sense of recovery after a very painful or difficult time. So again, Diddy is, as I said before I even pulled cards, the energy of Diddy at this time feels like, I'm good. It's not even as bad as I thought it would be. I thought they were really going to expose some things about me that the public doesn't know. They just filled in the blanks of things that everyone already knows. They just cleaned that up a bit. But the real dirt, the real crazy stuff is not out there. So I'm recovering. I'm in a place of, technically, this card sometimes means forgiveness. So I would just take that to interpret, I would just interpret that to mean he's not necessarily in the energy of retaliation. He's not even thinking, oh, let me get back to 50. Puffy or Diddy at this time is just thinking about self-preservation and navigating this space in between a rock and a hard place that he's currently in, to make sure that he can get out and monetize and still have a coin. Wow, look at that again. The 3 of Cups in reverse. So he is either thinking of exposing other people that he worked with, Diddy is, according to this card, or he feels like his associations with other people may contribute to his downfall or further exposés, further exposure of other things he's done. So he's probably thinking about how many relationships have I soured through non-payment, through shady or grimy dealings. How many enemies do I truly have? He actually probably feels the relief of like, well, at least I know who's my enemies. At least I know who doesn't have my back, who's not in my corner. And that is actually part of him planning his strategy of what's next for himself. I mean, I know currently he's facing 50 months, a lot of which has been, not a lot of which, but a portion of which has been done with time served. But even still, it still feels like he'll be out relatively sooner than later. And so that's why his energy is probably on what's next while he's currently serving, and making sure he doesn't further sabotage or expose himself or expose other things he may have done, because he feels like so far it's not even as bad as it could be. They didn't really find out as much as they could have. Six of Swords, looking to move on from something that no longer serves him. Interesting. I wonder what that could be. So Diddy may be looking to detach himself. Is that the right word? Distance himself. That's what I meant to say. Distance himself from people that may be liabilities, that may contribute to making him look worse. This may be part of his strategy of what's next, of what's in his thought process currently is just thinking about what's next. And what may be next for him is similar to how JayZ acted like he was never friends with Diddy, although the visuals, the pictures that we saw of them at various events over the years said otherwise. Diddy may be looking to do the same thing of distancing himself from these people, and part of distancing himself may mean throwing them under the bus. Like, okay, I've seen all of you put your cards out. I've seen what your cards are. Now I'm going to do the next play. We saw some of that thought process in the behind the scenes footage of the Diddy Doc, where he was on the phone with his lawyers saying, we have to strengthen our comms meaning communication and marketing. We need to approach this in a way to where we are not losing. He said something like, we're losing right now. We have to have a stronger strategy and get social media involved. So he definitely has presented, or the footage presented him as a man that's about strategy. And it seems like at this time, Diddy's energy may be thinking about strategy long term, because this expose, as much as it has so many people talking and reflecting upon all the years of rumors and information that we have come to know of Diddy, he's still saying, well, I could still come out in a way that is financially lucrative or monetizable for me, or I am just concerned about making sure I still get some money at the underside of this, at the end of this, since the money is the power. And he's not that bothered about what actually came out. Because, again, for those of you just joining us, it's not as bad. It's not everything. All the truth has not come out yet. There's still a lot that's hidden, a lot of secrets that have not come to light about what Diddy was really involved in. So he's going to try to distance himself from those people, which I'm what's the word? Ooh, it's late over here. I'm interpreting to mean he's going to throw some people under the bus, some associates under the bus. 8 of Cups in reverse indicates not wanting to move on from something that doesn't serve him. So I'm going to look at this as Diddy's not truly going to change. He's going to still desire the same lifestyle that he held before. He has a hard time moving on from this, even though he knows how much trouble this has gotten him in. He's sort of stuck or attached to or addicted to this lifestyle. That this is what emotionally fulfills him, according to, again, the Suit of Cups is about emotions, and the full cups, the 8 cups, is about emotional fulfillment. But when we see it upright, this is about whatever you have in your life that sustained you for so long, when it's upright, it's saying, well, this was not enough. I need to move on and find something bigger and better. I need to go on a spiritual journey and elevate myself to find whatever's next. But when we have it in reverse, it's saying, I can't leave this behind. I know it's not good for me. I know it's not the best for me, but I still enjoy this, or this is all I know. This is a comfort zone for me. I'm not ready to move on from this. So this card is just communicating to me that Diddy will not change. He's not looking at this in terms of like, oh, I'm so embarrassed. Everyone knows about me. I have to be a different person when I come out of jail. No, he's still going to be who he is. He's just going to try to go about things a different way in terms of a strategy that will distract us from, instead of looking at him, we're going to be looking at these other people. And he just has to figure out how to go about that without further throwing more negative attention on himself. But he's emotionally unbothered and actually relieved that it's not as bad as he thought it would be. And he is just focused on figuring out, how can I still preserve some of my brand, still make sure that I'm still monetizable on the other side of this, which is just in a matter of, 50 minus whatever months served. So I will leave that there, because not really surprised. I kind of predicted, or my guess at the beginning before I even pulled cards was that it would be something along those lines. But then my next question here, which I will just pull up my notes again to see. Okay, now this question's important. Yeah. What will be the outcome of the Keefe D court case and his other pending court cases? Let me switch decks again. Let's see who's still powering through with me. Yes, I knew intuitively, Skegga, right? Because I said it before I even pulled cards, and it felt like the cards just kind of confirmed what I was thinking. Let's see. Thank you for still rocking with me. I'm so grateful. I know it's probably late where you're at, but I'm really happy to have you with me, and your presence is giving me the energy and the motivation to keep going, because I have a lot of readings to get through tonight. We're actually winding down here. I think I just have a couple more readings here with the Diddy stuff, and then I'm gonna switch over to the reading that you're here for, Skegga, the Aaron Taylor Johnson. Let's see. Okay. Powering through. Thank you. I appreciate you. It really makes a difference. I know that it feels like, oh, it's just the internet, it's just digital. But even when I do horoscope readings, I always tell people on the streams with me, I'm going to read you if you're here, because if you're not here, like, there is a difference. I usually pick up more on the energy with the people that are present, and I'm able to give more accurate readings. So I'm going to take a quick break again before I jump into this next series of readings. This set of readings is going to be about the ladies in Diddy's world. You guys do not want to miss it. For those of you that are on this stream, on YouTube, on Twitch, thank you guys for rocking out with me. I'm going to be right back. I've been playing whatever music, but have no fear, I will be back. It's just that sometimes it gives me a bit of a hassle to log back in. So I will not take long. Please don't jump off, because I need you guys. I need your energy to get through to motivate me. So grab a snack and come on back, as our Queen of Tea, Wendy Williams, used to say. I'll be right back. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. See, let's make sure the audio is up. We're back. Thumbs up. Thank you, Skegga on YouTube, my buddy of the night. Can I see a thumbs up on Twitch, please? You guys let me know that we are still rocking. You can see me, you can hear me, because we are about to power through. Thank you. All right, let's jump right into the juiciest part of the Diddy world history, which is the ladies. I was very surprised that there was no coverage on that in the Diddy Doc, because I feel like especially since the ladies were, not these specific ladies, but the ladies were very much the victims, or those that would get more sympathy in the Diddy trial, the federal Diddy Frico trial that happened this summer. Society at large has a soft spot for women in general when it comes to the dynamics of someone, a man with money and power, possibly subjecting them to abusive environments or behaviors. So I would have thought that the Diddy Doc would have also delved deeper into the female artists that Diddy worked with, but surprisingly it didn't. And I guess that has something to do with them not necessarily cooperating directly with the producers of the Diddy Doc. But we have questions, so I'm going to give some background that the Diddy Doc did not give and use that to transition us into a set of readings for that. So let's pull up some visuals here, actually. Okay. We haven't heard from any of the female artists like Mary J. Blige and Faith Evans that worked closely with Puffy in the 90s at the height of their rise on the Uptown and Bad Boy music labels. No commentary from them since Cassie filed her lawsuit 2 years ago, and all this Diddy drama started to unfold. So I'm curious about how they feel about all that has come to light and seeing Puffy held accountable for something, as I imagine they've seen a lot over the years, and the docuseries is just the tip of the iceberg for them. Which, in my notes, I mentioned there is a video clip in the docuseries of Faith Evans on stage at the Source Awards with Diddy in the middle of a very energetically tense award show, and she looks rattled. That was a reminder for me of how central and informed Faith was to all that was happening at the time. So for those of you who don't know who Faith Evans is, she was a contemporary R&B vocalist in the 90s and the first solo female signed on to Diddy's Bad Boy record label. She has a beautiful, powerful voice cultivated from her background singing gospel in Newark, New Jersey, similarly to the legendary Whitney Houston and rap icon Lauryn Hill. Some of you may have heard Faith singing on the short that I circulated to tease this live stream. I also played her song during that break that I just took. That was her singing those beautiful high notes in that upbeat disco song. So you should definitely check out Faith Evans' Soul Train Award performance when they honored her back in 2018. I feel like Faith is a very underrated or forgotten artist because she has such an amazing voice, but I rarely hear people mention her in their list of top singers. She's a powerful and very soulful vocalist. She started off lending her vocals on demos for Christopher Williams and then singing backgrounds for Al B. Sure. Both were recording artists of the Uptown record label, the same label Puffy interned at when he was getting his start in the music industry before getting fired and starting his own Bad Boy record label. Through that proximity, Faith went on to write and sing for Diddy's new R&B singer Usher's debut album, and wrote and sang on the very successful My Life album for Mary J. Blige, who was also signed to Uptown Records. Get into those 90s hairstyles! Or actually, let's do this one because I like how it's like a blast from the past. It looks like they switched hair colors from back then to these modern pictures I chose of them. So yeah, let's do this nice throwback picture of both ladies. So Faith was singing all these backgrounds and writing hit songs, which led Diddy to rapidly sign her, and Faith became the first solo female artist to sign onto Diddy's new Bad Boy record label in 1994. Later that year, Faith married her label mate, the legendary rapper Notorious B.I.G., aka Biggie Smalls, aka Christopher Wallace, in August 1994, a couple months after meeting him at a Bad Boy label photo shoot that summer. So she was his wife at the time of his passing, and she's the mother of Biggie's son, CJ, or Christopher Wallace Jr., who was born 5 months before Biggie was unalived in March 1995. I kind of need my little teacup for this now. Now let's get into this vintage tea. Faith got dragged into the Tupac versus Biggie beef, with Pac alleging on his famous diss track from the heights of the East Coast and West Coast beef hit him up that he slept with Biggie's wife Faith, an accusation that Faith has denied. She maintains it never happened, while expressing her understanding that the optics of her proximity to Tupac weren't great, and she felt manipulated in that storyline because she says she was originally just obliging Pac's request to do music and then go to his hotel to collect her check, after which she says Tupac's demeanor and demands changed. That was enough grounds to birth the rumor that supported Tupac's claim. Meanwhile, Faith feels she was just a casualty of that war. Well, the streets always believed that she likely did more with Tupac because she had good reason, since Biggie was doing way too much outside of his marriage, including maintaining an affair with Faith's bad boy label mate, rapper Lil Kim, throughout their whole marriage, right under Faith's nose, which she states she never suspected until one night, Faith ambushed Biggie. In her memoir, Faith details how she broke into Biggie's bedroom and caught someone on top of him. Faith ripped that person off of him, started beating them up, snatched their wig off, only to realize, to her surprise, it was Lil Kim. Gasp. I'm just trying to entertain you guys. A lot of people from back in those days already know this story, but for those of you youngins and newbies, I'm just making it exciting and adding some sauce for you guys to have fun. But it was Lil Kim that was maintaining an affair with Biggie all along. She actually knew Biggie a year before Biggie knew and married Faith. So many speculated that that very intimate betrayal, along with Biggie's many other flagrant infidelities, may have motivated Faith to want to get back on Biggie, making it easier for most to believe the allegation that Faith could have or should have hooked up with Pac in retaliation. But knowing the intensity of the feud and the desire for revenge that Tupac and his Death Row label had against Biggie, Puffy, and the Bad Boy label at the time, I personally believe Pac just made that up to be extra messy and disrespectful. And by the way, Mary J. Blige and Lil Kim were besties and frequent music collaborators at that time. A reminder that Faith wrote and sang on Mary J's My Life album, where she did not feel that she was properly credited or compensated. And there are rumors that Diddy further instigated the tension between these two soul-singing divas behind the scenes. So you could only imagine all the tension and hostility amongst them. It must have been hard for them to all work in the same spaces together at the peak of these conflicts while being at the heights of their fame and popularity, since they were top music artists of their genre and decade. Very messy times. But don't let the church background fool you. Faith wasn't taking things lying down. She was tussling with these broads and Biggie. There were a lot of squabbles behind the scenes of the hip-hop and R&B industry in those days. Anyhow, bringing it back to that clip that was shown in the Diddy Doc, the look on Faith's face while she was on that stage with Puff reminded me of how in the mix Faith was at the time, and we haven't really seen her in proximity to Puffy in recent years. Puffy being Diddy, for those of you just joining me. But I imagine she knows a lot about Puffy and everything that went down around that time. So we'll do a Faith Evans and Diddy energetic reading. But I also want to know if Faith or Lil Kim is the woman that psychic medium Sloan Bella mentioned in her Biggie Smalls reading. For those of you who don't know, Sloan Bella is a very popular psychic medium on YouTube. She also has a, what's the word with a P? What's the name of that platform? Somebody help me. Pentagon, what's it called? It's a platform where people pay to see your videos. I'm just trying to give her a shout out on that. Anyway, Sloan Bella became very well known for predicting the Diddy takedown like several years in advance, because she did a reading on Kim Porter, and down to the date, I believe she predicted November, whatever day it was in 2023, that things would start to unfold or unravel for Diddy. And she also had a bigger reading from many years ago where she mentioned that there possibly was a woman involved in Biggie's death. So I'm going to read a quote of some of what she said in that reading. So in that reading, Sloan Bella said, yes, Patreon. Thank you, Kuchunga. It was Patreon. Let me put this cup away because I don't want any branding while I'm covering this. Accurate. Thank you. Patreon was what I was trying to say. Sloan Bella has a YouTube and a Patreon where people get to see her celebrity readings, which thus far have been very accurate, particularly with this whole Diddy downfall or Diddy drama situation. Okay, so let me quote what Sloan Bella said on her Biggie Smalls Notorious B.I.G. reading about there possibly being a woman involved in his unaliving. She said, 3 people are responsible for his death. One of them was a woman. The woman that he shows me, real cute face, serious look through the eyes. Something about her forehead and the hair is shorter in real life than how she appears out in public. And he's saying that this was somebody that he loved very much. And he's saying that she turned on him with the devil dog over there. That's what she said Biggie described Diddy as, a devil dog with fangs. He's saying that since he's passed, she has spent the time trying to cover her tracks, cover her face, cover her energy, cover everything up about her. She's trying to cover it all up. So she's trying to not be seen for who she is, but it's not going to happen. It will turn around and she will be seen for who she is. That is what he's saying. The woman is connected to somebody in Chicago at the time of the hit on him. When he got shot, I do feel what killed him actually hit him straight in the gut, and that was lover's revenge, okay? So that is what I'm hearing. The female orchestrated this, but there's a connection to Chicago with her. I don't know which one of his women had a father or someone that was highly connected in Chicago, or she herself was highly connected in Chicago, but the connection is Chicago. The devil dog, Diddy, and his girlfriend, and a rat mole, the 3 of them, will get caught. So that was a quote from Sloan Bella, psychic medium Sloan Bella's Notorious B.I.G. Biggie Smalls reading. You guys, please go check it out. See the whole reading. Support her channel. She's amazing. I absolutely love her. But I just gave that little snippet so that we can deep dive into this next set of readings that I want to do to figure out, well, who could it be? Is it Faith? Is it Lil Kim? There were several elements in that description that pointed to both ladies. So when she says something about a forehead and something about the person that he really loved, I'm thinking it's Faith, because in a lot of the readings that I've seen about Biggie Smalls, aka Notorious B.I.G., they say that he really loved Faith, which is why he married her immediately. And he didn't really, I'm sorry to say, he didn't really share that same love for Kim. It was just more, Kim was available, Kim was a convenience, Kim was just a comfort, Kim was again, as I said, available. So when Sloan Bella describes someone with the forehead, as I am showing in these visuals that I have here, Faith Evans, when she pulls her hair back or lets the forehead show with no bangs, some people have joked about her hairline, which I think she's a very beautiful girl nonetheless. But that was the only thing that I could distinguish between the 2 of them about a forehead or a hairline. Did she say forehead or hairline? Yeah. When she pulls her hair back, her forehead kind of is more visible, more so than Lil Kim's. But when they say the short hair, then that brings me to Lil Kim, because in Faith's memoir, she said when she snatched the wig off, she saw someone with short hair, and then she realized it's Lil Kim. Now, another reason that I'm thinking, wait, it could also be Kim too, is because in that description that Sloan Bella gave, she also says that this is a person that since Biggie's death has spent a lot of time and effort in changing their look, changing their energy, like covering themselves. And as we see between the picture that's currently on display and the pictures that I previously displayed, Lil Kim now looks a lot different from how she looked back in those days when Notorious B.I.G. Biggie Smalls was still alive. So both of them have elements of matching the description that Sloan Bella gave. But I did some Googles, and it says that Lil Kim may be linked to a Chicago music industry businessman named George Daniels. Receipts. Lil Kim and George were seen in pictures on George Daniels' Facebook from 2014 when she hosted his birthday party / toy drive. George Daniels owns a record store or music venue called George's Music Room that was supposedly a big deal back then, based in Chicago. Here's a picture of JayZ and Mary J. Blige, also with George. Just to give you guys an idea of how plugged in he was with other top hip-hop and R&B artists of that time. So, given these receipts and Sloan Bella's description, who do you think it is? Who could be this girl that Sloan Bella predicts or heard in her energetic channeled reading that may be involved in the unaliving or deletion of Biggie? One of these lovers, because remember she mentioned lover's revenge. Is it Faith or is it Lil Kim? Let's do a reading to see. Let's see if the cards can tell us if the woman that may have had something to do with Biggie's death is Faith, who currently is 52 years old. Faith is a Gemini. Or Lil Kim, who currently is 51 years old. And Kim is a Cancer. So let's transition and do the reading. Okay. Skeka, you're still here. I'm so impressed. I thought you went to sleep. I was like, wow. My buddy is still here. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, don't want to end up unalived. Okay, so we are about to do this reading to see what the cards say on who could possibly be the lady that Sloan Bella predicted in her energetic reading on Notorious B.I.G., aka Biggie Smalls, that may have been involved in this lover's revenge, unaliving, and deletion of Biggie. Let's see what the cards have to say, Spirit. Was it Lil Kim, since we have some receipts of Kim with a prominent businessman / executive from Chicago? So we have the Queen of Cups when I asked, is it Lil Kim? So Queen of Cups is someone who is very compassionate, healing, caring, nurturing, someone that's emotionally stable, which I don't know if I would agree that that's a good description for Lil Kim. This is me just giving my personal opinion. It feels like I've had the impression that Lil Kim was a bit, unfortunately, damaged from the environment that she was in. Like, she suffered a lot of things that gave her low self-esteem, which led to a lot of the surgeries. And this is just alleged. This is just my personal opinion. It has nothing to do with the cards or with any facts anywhere. But I wouldn't describe Lil Kim as emotionally stable. But in terms of her being very loving, caring, and compassionate when it comes to Biggie, she definitely speaks about Biggie in nothing but a favorable light. So maybe this Queen of Cups is trying to say that it's not her because she loved him too much. Or let me just get a refresher on my Queen of Cups. It says here, compassionate, comfort, calming, helping, emotionally stable. Yeah, remember when I said earlier, let me just bring this card to prove. Compassionate, comfort, calm, helping, emotionally stable, healing, caring, intuitive, receptive. Remember when I said earlier that I had heard in other readings that Biggie didn't necessarily love Lil Kim, but he was with her because she was like a comfort zone. It was just out of habit. It was just because she made herself available. It was just because she may have had that low self-esteem that just allowed her to maintain a relationship with guys that were either abusive or disrespectful. Allegedly, for entertainment purposes only, no facts, no truth, just tarot and my personal opinions. This card is kind of corroborating that she was that comfort and that support for Biggie. And I'm feeling, again, as I said earlier, that it's basically trying to communicate that she was so loving of him or to him. Maybe this is trying to say that it's not her, but let's pull a few more cards out to see. 5 of Wands, someone that does not want conflict or competition When we see the Five of Wands upright, it does indicate competition, but in reverse, it means that you don't want smoke. You do not want the conflict. You may be actually trying to take a step back from conflict, maybe even allowing yourself to fade to black and miss out on opportunities, because that's how badly you do not want to fight or be a part of the mess. So this is giving me a sense just between these two cards that it may not be Lil Kim, even though we did see her with a Chicago businessman, music industry guy. The Five of Pentacles reverse. This indicates a recovery, either financially or health-wise, after a period of hardships and difficulties with financials or health. Now you're getting help. Now you're healing. Now you're progressing. You either got the money or the job or the help from some source of assistance. So this is taking me in a different direction now. So while these first two cards gave me the impression that it's not Lil Kim because she loves him so much and she doesn't want conflict, this is now indicating that, well, maybe because there was an incentivization of money and assistance, like, hey, Kim, you don't have to do this alone. We'll do it with you. We'll assist. Maybe this is how she may have, if it's Lil Kim, this is maybe how she could have been involved in that possible unaliving or deletion. Maybe even indirectly, without knowing that she was a part of that conspiration. How would you say it? That conspiracy or that conflict. She found herself in it because she was going for the benefits without realizing that it was really trying to pay her off for something else. She was just, this is survival mode basically, because when you are in this struggle mode, you're trying to survive. And so if someone sends you a couple dollars, like, hey, we'll help you do this. If you help, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. It may be that Lil Kim agreed to participate in something indirectly, not knowing that it would lead to the unaliving, because she wouldn't agree to that outright since she loved him so much, which unfortunately other people say Biggie didn't necessarily reciprocate to her. I see what you're saying, Skegga. Unstable equals unpredictable. Yeah, I agree with that. I or not agree with that. I like what you're saying. That's actually a good way to reinterpret this card. Unpredictable. So let's keep that in mind. Emotionally unpredictable, in case we get some more clarity in these next cards that I get. But with this Five of Pentacles card indicating that you're just doing what you have to do to get out of this struggle mode or survival mode, even though you may love the guy and you may not want conflict or smoke, we would assume that maybe she got pulled into a plan that she didn't realize that's how it would end, that would be the end result. She was probably just thinking, let me just do what I need to do to survive. So let's see what this next card is. Ooh, Page of Swords, which is someone that is talkative, curious, energized, looking to research and learn about something or someone. So there may have been a lot of plotting and studying and discussion around, okay, how do we get this guy? How, where is he going to be? How does he move? Maybe if the cards are indicating, which so far I still don't have the clarity, but if the cards are indicating that Lil Kim may have had something to do with Biggie Small's death indirectly, this is indicating that there may have been a lot of conversations that she was a part of, but she may not have known that that's where it was going to lead. Although this does indicate someone that is looking to inform themselves and be smart about whatever they're about to do, whatever new idea they're about to take action on. So it's starting to turn things around. It's starting to actually look like she truly is a prime suspect here. Ooh, okay. Balance. So look at the visuals on this. You guys see this, like, half man, half woman, half bird, half whatever this is. It's like someone trying to be all things. I want to have the image of the innocent, sweet woman that loves him, that wouldn't do that. But I also have these feelings of like being vindictive or lover scorn, things that a man would feel of wanting to get revenge. That's the first thing that came to me when I saw this card, this temperance card, this desire for balance. And when I hear balance, I think of justice. So it's kind of like, okay, what you did to me, I'll do to you. Similar to how we'll see on a scale. You want to balance things out. You want to put into, the temperance is a major arcana card, which indicates major life events. So there may have been something that Kim experienced that made her have this desire for creating a balance or a sense of justice. Like, what you did to me, I'll do to you, according to this card. Again, for entertainment purposes only. No facts, just tarot. Let's pull out a few more cards. See what they say here. Ooh. This is the second time I think we're seeing this tonight of the Three of Pentacles, indicating that a group of people conspired in a negative way to work in a group to delete or unalive someone. And because it's Pentacles, it indicates again that there may have been some financial incentive. But because we keep getting these reversals, for some reason, I'm still feeling like maybe Kim didn't fully know that's what she was agreeing to. She probably may have been down for retaliation. Like, okay, yeah, let's do something to him to shake him up. But I don't think she agreed to just say, let's off him. I'm not seeing that in the cards yet. Or maybe I'm overlooking it because I want to believe that she wouldn't do that. I want to believe that none of them would, but I also believe in Sloan Bella. And if she says something, and we've seen how many times her readings have come true, you know, it makes us want to kind of like take a second look at things with a less naive perspective. What would I say? A less naive perspective, to just assume the worst of everybody, because people have taken us by surprise before. So, ooh. So now we have the Nine of Pentacles. Look at this fabulous lady enjoying her luxuries with her blonde hair and all of these plaques behind her, like a musician would have, and her furs and her glamour. Now we know Lil Kim loves her glamour. She loves her blonde hair. And I'm just saying, this may have been some of the rewards or incentives that Kim may have seen or been enticed by in order to collaborate and cooperate in this plan, whether she knew that it would go as far as it did. And knowing that she had that connection to the Chicago businessman, it's starting to look like she had those conversations. She had the desire for justice to balance things out. And she may have worked with others, even though she originally didn't want the smoke, in order to get herself out of this survival mode and keep herself afloat, keep herself in the temporary luxuries and comforts of the moment. One more card here. Ooh, injustice. So this justice card in reverse, exactly, unrequited love, exactly, because in Sloan Bella's reading, she said lover's revenge. Unrequited love would be what I was saying earlier about how the rumor is, or the readings have been saying, that Biggie didn't exactly reciprocate the level of love that Lil Kim proclaims in a lot of the statements or readings that I've seen from her. Obviously, only they would know between each other, but a lot of the accounts from other people of that time, even Faith Evans, his wife at the time, said that she didn't even suspect that Kim and Biggie were together because of how he treated her in front of everyone. Faith said that Biggie treated Little Kim very disrespectfully, like with no love in front of other people. So she was truly surprised to see that was one of the people that he was carrying on an affair with. But yeah, it seems like there was an element of unrequited love there, allegedly. But this injustice card to finish off this reading on if Little Kim is the suspect for the woman that Sloan Bella claims in her reading on Biggie Smalls' Notorious B.I.G., may have been involved in his unaliving. This injustice card, which I think I already showed it to you guys, this injustice card indicates that there may have indeed been some overdoing of this desire for balance or justice. You wanted to tip the scales to feel like you did that to me, I'm going to do this to you, here's my get back. But unaliving the guy was taking it too far. That was an injustice. And it remains to be seen if this injustice will come to light or not. But there was definitely wrongdoing and maybe overdoing, as I said, with the way this was handled. But when you're dealing with this justice card, whether it's upright or reversed, it has a lot to do with fate, with karma, with destiny. So as Sloan Bella said, maybe it's just a matter of time before we discover who exactly really was a part of this or see this come to light. Sorry, I know I said I was going to stop, but I'm curious. Look at that. I think this indicates that it will come to light. Let's see, what's that? King of Cups reversed. A man that lacks compassion. Just as I was saying, that Biggie didn't really show or reciprocate that kind of love for Lil Kim the way that she had for him. The Emperor, I feel like that's either Diddy or the industry or the business. Six of Cups, someone's past coming back to haunt them since it's in reverse. Someone's negative past. So there's a lot of cards here to indicate that more likely than not, Lil Kim may be the person that Sloan Bella is speaking about, especially since I said at the beginning when I was giving some background and context that Lil Kim's look has significantly changed since we've known her back in those days to how she looks now. A lot of surgical modifications, and that was one of the clues in terms of how Sloan Bella says Biggie's energy described this woman to him. Guilt eating away at her. Interesting, yeah. There may be some element of that with this justice in reverse. Guilt eating away at her, if indeed she is that woman that Sloan Bella described. But now we also have to see what the cards have to say on, is Faith the woman that was involved? Because there were some visual cues in that reading as well that pointed to Faith. Mainly that this is the one that Biggie really loved and the one with the forehead. So let's see what the cards say about that. Let's see. Spirit, can you give me a few cards to let me know? Oh, wait a second. I have the cards facing the wrong way. Okay. Beautiful. That was a nice shuffle. Re-energizing the deck nicely. Spirit, is Faith Evans the woman that Sloan Bella mentions in her reading on Biggie Smalls' Notorious B.I.G. that may have been involved in his deletion? Was Faith Evans the woman that may have been involved in Biggie's deletion, Spirit? Let me know if it's Faith Evans, his wife, his widow. Biggie, Notorious B.I.G. Smalls. Whoa! I'm not going to accept that because there's so many, but we just saw the death card in reverse there. Let's see, Spirit. Is Faith Evans the woman that Sloan Bella, the psychic medium, predicts may have been one of the three people involved, particularly the woman that was involved in the unaliving of Notorious B.I.G., aka Biggie Smalls, the rapper Biggie Smalls? Let's see what the cards have to say, Spirit. Ooh, I'm losing my energy. I'm trying to stay energized because I have quite a few more readings I want to get through tonight. Okay, did that just jump out? Let's see. I think it's too many, but when we see these aces, it usually means yes, but we're also seeing no's. Wait a minute. Yeah, I feel like there's ace, because it's 4 cards, let me just shuffle again. And a reminder that these readings are for entertainment purposes only. No facts, no truth, just tarot. Thanks for reminding me, Skegga. So let's see what the cards have to say on if Faith Evans is the woman that Sloan Bella mentioned in her reading on Notorious B.I.G., aka the rapper Biggie Smalls. Oh, wow. Look, this came out again. What? Again? Okay, so I have to accept these now because these literally just came out in the previous pile. So we're asking if Faith Evans is the woman mentioned in the reading. Please, for those of you that are going to see this clip individually, just rewind to catch up. And we start off here with the Ace of Pentacles reversed. And this indicates a lost opportunity, a missed opportunity, or a chance that was lost. This indicates a bad investment, financial failure, followed by the Ace of Wands. Both of these cards we did see come out twice, so that's why I'm accepting them. Ace of Wands indicates a passion, enthusiasm, motivation around some new opportunity, usually a creative opportunity. But in this situation, we can consider it maybe the opportunity to get revenge or some sort of get back on Biggie, because it's followed by this Five of Swords. Five of Swords, which indicates someone looking to have sort of a peace treaty after playing dirty, or doing a battle to the death, fighting a fight where everyone gets dirty, everyone's hands gets soiled. Now there's a desire for peace, conflict resolution, but with this Ace of Wands preceding it, there's passion to resolve, but there's also concerns about a financial loss. So let me see where this is going. Let me just hold this properly here because I just saw that I was out of frame. So there's passion to resolve, but there's also something to do with a financial loss. So let's see where this is going. The Empress is the mother. This is divine feminine energy, someone that's very motherly, nurturing. This has to do with abundance, creativity, self-confidence. I would just take this to represent Faith. Look at down to the blonde hair. The mother of Biggie's son. So let's see what this is trying to say once I pull out more cards. Queen of Swords. This is someone that's very cruel and bitter. And as I said in some of the background information that I gave leading up to these readings, many people felt that Faith had a reason or motive to want to do something in retaliation to Biggie because of how flagrant he was with his infidelities and other altercations of violence and disrespect that the lore behind their relationship has spilled over the years. So this idea of someone wanting to be cold-hearted, cruel, bitter, and let me see if there's any other keywords that I may be missing here, because when it comes to the court cards, there's many different ways to interpret them. But yeah, I think it was on point. Cruel, cold-hearted, bitter, critical, dismissive, overbearing, overly emotional. So maybe Faith was in her feelings. If she is the woman that may have been involved in Biggie's unaliving, she was in her feelings. She had a passion or a reason behind wanting to get back at him, being that she's the mother of his children. She was his wife, and yet he was treating her in such of a disrespectful way, playing dirty, being very conflictive. And she wanted to play nice, play peaceful, but also had been harboring these emotions or feelings secretly, or, you know, behind the scenes quietly. And something, again, I'm waiting to see, what does this have to do with anything? Something to do with the money. Does that mean that maybe Faith saw that things would be more lucrative for her as the widow? Oh, wait a second. Plot twist. Judgment card. We haven't seen that card tonight. So since we're seeing this judgment card, but we're seeing it in reverse, this indicates someone that is not self-aware, not listening to what their calling or their purpose is in a situation. So I would take this to indicate that maybe Faith didn't realize her role in all of this, similar to what I was saying about Lil Kim. Like, they may have gone along, either Faith or Lil Kim went along with an idea or a plan to conspire against Biggie because of any emotional feelings that they had about him playing on them. But they likely didn't think it would go as far as an unaliving, as a deletion. They probably just wanted to get some get back because of the passion behind it. And they saw some potential benefits in terms of, we can benefit financially. Both Kim and Faith could, based on the cards that we saw. But this judgment card is giving me the same feeling that I saw in the Lil Kim reading, that she probably didn't think it would go that far. And this card indicating the lack of self-awareness was probably saying that she was being naive to the reality of what dealing with those kind of people that were likely conspiring against Biggie, to if indeed there was a group of people that coordinated the unaliving. She was naive to what that would lead to, because it's like, if you're dealing with his enemies that would benefit from his unaliving, they would benefit financially. Of course, they would take it as far as they could if this means more to them than the person, Faith. So let's see what else comes out from the deck here. Yikes, the star in reverse. So usually this indicates a sense of hope. In reverse, it's about despair. But I usually, when I'm reading celebrities, I take the star to literally mean fame, stardom, one's brand. And since it's in reverse, this is a fallen star. The falling of Biggie Smalls or Notorious B.I.G. may have been, as I said, something that Faith didn't anticipate or expect that she was some way going to be a part of. And I am again brought to this Ace of Pentacles in reverse, that the falling of him would have assisted with this financial loss and turn it into a W, like turning this loss into a win and turn into a more lucrative option related to his stardom, related to his brand. Let's get one more card out to try to see if we could get some clarity on that. Yeah, there was motivation. People really wanted to drive forward with that plan, with that idea. Wow, legacy. The long-term finances of a family or a unit of people working together, thinking about their long-term wealth with this 10 of Pentacles was very much a consideration in this unaliving of this fallen star and this reading of Biggie Smalls, aka Notorious B.I.G. Look at that. El Diablo, the devil, moving fast. Well, this is actually in reverse. The 8 of Wands, meaning delays, misunderstandings. So it seems like, as I said, if it's Faith, she didn't know that's what she was going along with. There were misunderstandings. Things didn't go the way it was supposed to. It ultimately ended up in the unaliving. Someone went too hard with this chariot upright, indicating determination, motivation, driving forward with a lot of control and willpower. Someone went too hard, which was not what they expected. It's like their plan went in a different direction. Like it was supposed to be one thing, but there were delays and misunderstandings, obstacles that were impacted by someone. Wow. Whoa, wait a second. I'm just realizing the car. Oh, wait a minute. Because remember, Biggie was unalived in a car. And there was also something in the Diddy doc about how Diddy had them hire cars, but I might be mixing the Tupac and the Biggie events together. But anyway, this, now that I'm taking a closer look at it, the car seems to be a very intentional part of this reading, especially next to this Eight of Wands. So maybe this is indicating that if it wasn't for this delay, whatever happened to the car would not have happened. So as I mentioned, it's like this wasn't supposed to happen. At least it wasn't supposed to happen this way. Something went wrong. And then it just so happened that Biggie's car went through what it went through that led to his deletion and fatality. But because we're seeing the Ten of Pentacles, long-term wealth having to do with a family or a unit, which could be faith, could be also P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Bad Boy, because Biggie might have still had some contractual dealings with them at the time. Whoever was involved in the unaliving was very concerned about the long-term legacy. So similar to the Lil Kim reading, I don't get clarity on who it could be between Lil Kim or Faith. I see motivation on both sides, but energetically, I felt like there were more cards in the Lil Kim reading that indicated she had more motive, or it may have been more likely to be her. Or maybe I'm also convinced because I saw those pictures that I shared with you all of her with that Chicago music businessman guy. So yes, same here. Yes, I see what you're saying, Skiga. I feel more Kim. I feel more Kim and Lil Kim. And maybe that's why she usually is so loud and proud about sharing how much she loved him in public, to kind of overcompensate for, as you mentioned earlier, that guilt of possibly having something to do with Biggie's unaliving. But because of these last two cards, it dissuaded me from thinking it was Faith, because it seems like something went wrong. There was something unexpected. And ultimately, she did benefit from it financially, from his legacy long term. But yes, it's up to you all in the comments to take from these readings what you will, and also up to the universe to reveal the truth to us one day, which I hope we do. Let's see what you're saying. Faith may not have loved or ended up hating Biggie, but I feel she wants to forget. I agree. She definitely wants to put all of that behind her. I mean, she's moved on. I think she married a couple times after that, which also each marriage had its elements of toxicity. The first guy, she got jammed up in some, drug situations with the father of her, the last two kids. She has 4 kids. I think his name was Todd something. And then she was with Stevie J, of all people, super toxic. I don't even know how she fell for that one. I mean, I guess it's just familiarity. He was like in her orbit and a familiar face. But I believe they divorced just a couple years ago. And I think they said that she had to pay him a lot of alimony or something, like whatever you call those monthly payments, to an ex-spouse. So that kind of burned her. And it remains to be seen if she will ever find another love or husband in the future. She's probably turned off. She's probably done. But let's now move on to my last reading in this Diddy section. And then I will transition out of this. Let me see. Oh, did you guys want to see a few cards from Mary J. Blige? I'll just throw a few cards out. I'm not even going to, literally just 4 cards. Spirit, can you just show me what is the energy between Mary J. Blige and Diddy? Let's just see a few cards. What's the energy between Mary J. Blige and Diddy? What is the energy between Mary J. Blige and Diddy? Something just told me to try this deck. I'm gonna see what happens here. If nothing pops out, then I'll switch the deck. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, it's too many. Look at that, yeah. I like to see just in case it comes back out. Let me switch decks real quick. Just a few cards on the energy between Diddy and Mary J. Blige, Spirit, because I have a big Cassie reading to do right after this. Ooh. Okay. Spirit, what is the... Oh. The energy between Mary J. Blige and Diddy. This is the Hermit in reverse. So does this mean that she might want to come out of hiding? She might want to expose or express how she feels. The Hermit card upright is someone that is stepping into a necessary time of solitude and spiritual elevation and guidance and all of that. But then in reverse, it indicates someone that is now entering a stage of feeling lonely, feeling isolation, wanting to come out of that or needing to come out of that. They may have been in isolation or in hiding for too long. So Mary J. Blige may have kept her silence for too long. Is this indicating that it is time for her to speak up, to come out, to reveal something? Let's see what the other cards have to say. The Fool card in reverse, indicating maybe a sense of immaturity, but I would translate to mean Mary's not ready. She's not ready to share whatever her history was. She's not ready to take a risk, or it is too risky for her to share whatever her experience with Diddy was. So she is hesitant to leave that space of aversion, of isolation, or just basically keeping her experience to herself at this time that there is so much attention on Diddy and anyone that was connected to him. Ooh, 9 of Wands, perseverance and resilience, trying to hold on to the very end. She's trying to get to the other side of whatever the Diddy stuff is. Like, okay, if I just lay low until all of his legal troubles are out of the way, then maybe I can get through this without having to expose my experience or say anything. It seems like she is just trying to endure and make it to the end of something, and without having to really be vulnerable and or give her input on something that is very controversial and highly publicized at this time. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, okay. So this is the 8 of Wands, but it's in reverse, meaning delays. Maybe eventually she'll come forward with some more information about what she experienced while working with Diddy, or what she is experiencing now that is preventing her from speaking up. But this indicates that for now, it's not going to happen. For now, we will not hear from Mary J. Blige about what her experience or history is with Diddy. And look, fear and illusion with this Moon card. She does not want to deal with whatever repercussions or however bad it could be, which she may be actually making it worse in her head, since we have this Moon card indicating fear, illusions, anxiety, the unknown. She just doesn't know what's on the other side of her sharing her accounts of things, so she just doesn't even want to deal with it. And I think we should actually leave it there, because she is currently in a post-grief state. Like, if she did experience any sort of abuse or unfairness, as this 5 of Cups would indicate, she's on the other side of that. She's already made peace with the worst of it, it seems. And so she's just maintaining that position until the time is right for her to share whatever she experienced in regards to Diddy. So unfortunately, we will not see or hear much from her, even though she is one of the ladies that was very connected and instrumental and had eyes on Diddy in his earlier years, and whenever there's a narrative about a villain, those earlier years are the most important because that's the origin story of this person, to kind of see the pattern of where and how things started. So let's actually transition into one of the biggest readings of this Diddy Doc special that I was starting tonight's stream with, which is about CASSIE Ventura. Let me switch my decks here and prepare to give you all the information. And then after this, I believe we transition into readings on other celebs, because that will conclude my Diddy Doc reading. So, ooh, MJB, what makes you choose a deck? Ooh, good question. So I don't hear voices, but sometimes I just get, I guess, a hunch. I would consider it intuition, but something will tell me, okay, try this deck, or, you know, I consider the deck energized when cards pop out while I'm shuffling. And if they don't pop out, then I feel like it's a message from spirit or from the universe for me to switch decks, to switch the energy, to try to get clearer messages. I also coordinate my decks and my nails and my outfit. So sometimes I plan ahead. If I know I'm going to wear a certain color, then I'll stick to certain decks, or vice versa. If I know that I want to prioritize a certain deck, then I'll switch to I'll plan to wear a different color to make it pretty for you all. Okay, so let me start diving into my notes here. Okay, so let me actually set it up this way. Make sure that everything is decent, visually appropriate. Hello to my new follower on Twitch. Thank you so much. Okay, now I am switching over to the woman that is at the center of the recent controversy and Diddy's downfall, CASSIE Ventura. Let's do a reading on her energy after this Diddy trial and Diddy Doc to see what's to come for her in the future, including the outcome of a lawsuit from one of the escorts that she may have to battle. First, if there are any victims of SA or DV on the stream or watching the replay, I advise you to leave this stream or skip over to the next reading. I'll give you all a few seconds to remove yourselves if you'd rather avoid the discussion around those topics, SA and DV. Okay, so if you are still here, you are agreeing to hear objective perspectives on Cassandra Ventura, CASSIE Ventura's experience and testimony in this year's Diddy trial. I just wanted to give anyone that may have been sensitive to the topics of SA or DV a warning to remove themselves, because we've seen strong feelings develop around this highly publicized Diddy Freako trial, and sometimes victims project their personal experience onto others in pursuit of vicarious justice, and they're easily triggered by seeing an alleged victim situation analyzed by others. So if you elected to still be here, you were warned. Please do not come with any retort or sensitivity in my comments. All right? So there's a lot of background to recap here to set up for my next reading. So grab a snack if you're just now joining us, or if you're watching this clip later, you have the option to jump ahead to the reading using the timestamps down below. Let me cue up my visuals. Okay, so Cassandra Ventura, better known as Cassie, was Diddy's girlfriend of over 10 years. They met in 2005 when she was 19 and he was 37. Then they were officially together romantically from 2007 to 2018. Cassie filed a civil lawsuit on Diddy in November 2023 alleging abuse, assault, and trafficking, which was the start of the domino effect of legal accusations and revelations that resulted in Diddy currently being in prison and facing over 100 pending lawsuits. Cassie was a beautiful girl from the coast of Connecticut, a model and aspiring singer. She had a hit song in 2006 called Me and You with her producer boyfriend of the time, Ryan Leslie, who was 10 years her senior. Looking to seize the buzz generated from her song, Ryan introduced Cassie to Puffy to work on music when she was 19. Puffy, staying consistent with his pattern of wanting to take the girls of his peers to compete and exert dominance, wooed and courted Cassie until she left Ryan and was officially with Diddy. They had a very public and flashy relationship that overlapped with several of Diddy's other famous girlfriends, including Kim Porter and J-Lo. Cassie and Diddy's relationship was always questionable and concerning amongst the general public due to their 17-year age gap and notable power imbalance. Cassie received a lot of public criticism over the stagnancy of her music career while partnered with a seemingly successful producer, but we've now come to learn that what she privately endured in her relationship with Diddy behind the scenes was even worse. In the lawsuit that Cassie filed in November 2023 against Diddy, as well as through her testimony in the federal RICO case against Diddy held this summer of 2025, we learned about a lot of the violence Cassie endured and the deviant sex life that she participated in, as she was the first alleged victim to detail what a freak-off was and how that played a large role in her relationship with Diddy. There were also elements of coercion and blackmail through Diddy's alleged threats to expose tapes of Cassie participating in those freak-offs. Side note, for those of you that remember the internet of the 2000s, when sites like Media Takeout and Lipstick Alley were where people went for celebrity gossip and tea, allegedly there was a graphic nude image leaked of Cassie that circulated back then, which was quickly overshadowed by an alleged nude image leaked of Rihanna. From what I remember, piercings were visible of both women. That's all I'll say. For those who know, you know. Now, all these years later, that leaked Cassie image makes a lot more sense, knowing of more of the voyeuristic and swinger nature of her sex life with Diddy. Through Cassie's testimony, we also heard of manipulation and financial abuse, since Diddy financed her housing, travels, cell phone, lifestyle expenses, and controlled her style and image, since he was also technically her boss once he signed her to a 10-album deal, of which only one album ever came out. In the visuals, you'll see the memorable half-shaved hairstyle that Cassie was often seen with. It was rumored that Diddy instructed her to shave her hair like this as an impulse after seeing someone else with it, and she obliged. Cassie also mentioned in her lawsuit how Diddy would tell her what color nail polish she should wear for the freak-offs. This is just an example of how much he controlled her life, down to the smallest details. So there was a lot of control and power imbalance apparent in Diddy's omnipresent positioning in Cassie's life. The problem with the Cassie case is, contrary to the rumored use of force, such as graping and drugging, that was alleged leading up to the Diddy trial, there was instead a lot of perceived cooperation and willingness from Cassie in the evidence that was presented in the Diddy trial. For example, instead of her being drugged, she actually elected to participate in heavy drug use, even when Diddy was not around. There were text messages and testimony from other male escorts, which indicated that Cassie would actually initiate these trysts enthusiastically. She wasn't being graped as the media leading up to the trial made it seem. And Cassie often expressed jealousy to Diddy about his other partners and wanting to be prioritized. She shared a desire to take further steps in her relationship with him, like marriage and kids. She had enough freedom to start other relationships, which Diddy would be jealous of as well, but then she often found her way back to him. Also, when given the opportunity, Cassie allegedly declined to cooperate with law enforcement after violent incidents. Now, there's a group of thought that believes Cassie's behavior is just a result of love bombing, trauma bonding, and Stockholm syndrome from years of psychological abuse she experienced in this relationship, as well as being targeted at a young age for her vulnerabilities of inexperience, people-pleasing, and financial codependency, which are considered ideal characteristics for grooming by a potential predator. There's another group of thought that feels Cassie made choices to keep herself in that toxic relationship and then had regrets or buyer's remorse a decade later. Pattern recognition is a sign of intelligence. The first time you try something, you may be taken by surprise or you're satisfying your curiosity. The second time, you're reminded of what the experience is to determine how you feel about it. The third time something happens, now a pattern is forming, and one now has enough information to know what to expect whenever they engage in that again. So proceeding beyond the third instance of something, as in this case, it would be engaging in hard drug use, coordinating and participating in freak-offs, or tolerating violence for over 10 years, is a choice. Some would consider it a poor choice because many people cannot relate to repeatedly electing to make these choices for such a substantial amount of time at any age. Instead of a victim, some people consider this to be someone making a concerted choice to accept this pattern in their life because they must see more gain than loss. This group of thought assumes that Cassie, maybe it's the subject matter too, like this is uncomfortable stuff to talk about, and I'm trying to be very respectful and accurate, but there is a lot of conflict behind the public perception, so it's not easy to say things like this because I'm very pro women, pro believe the victims, but I do have to share the perspectives that are out there so that we can understand what is leading up to this escort that is now suing Cassie, which is what I'm about to get to. So please bear with me. Thank you all so much. Many people cannot relate to repeatedly electing to make these choices for such a substantial amount of time at any age. Instead of a victim, some people consider this to be someone making a concerted choice to accept this pattern in their life because they must see more gain than loss. This group of thought assumes that Cassie may have valued keeping access to the lifestyle that Diddy provided for her more than having self-respect and boundaries. It's a touchy subject because depending on one's life experience, people can see relatability or familiarity on either side, and many have projected their own personal experience onto this case. One thing that everyone agrees on was that the graphic and violent footage that circulated of an enraged Diddy assaulting Cassie, dragging her, kicking her, and throwing things at her in a hotel lobby when she's just trying to leave was the most glaring and moving piece of evidence to exemplify Diddy's abuse and control over her. The problem was, domestic abuse was never one of the charges. The feds brought RICO, organized crime, and sex trafficking charges on him, but the evidence in this specific trial did not support that. And while Diddy might have operated a RICO elsewhere, for example, if there's any truth to the allegations that he used an organized crime network, such as a gang, to facilitate the shootings of Tupac and Biggie, that sure sounded like a potential RICO to me. But that is still a different case that would require its own body of evidence to prove. That has nothing to do with this year's trial. In the American legal system, you can't prosecute someone on different charges off the strength of something else. You can't do makeup calls with charges like it's a ball game. It's unfortunate when your intuition is telling you this person's no good and likely deserves a worse punishment. But if you're ever in a situation where you find yourself being a defendant, it's also good that there are guardrails in the legal system to ensure justice is served without prejudice and corruption and backed by hard evidence so that people are not unfairly accused, prosecuted, and incarcerated, a system that we can all one day benefit from. So, despite Cassie's courage and vulnerability in sharing her harrowing experiences, along with the testimony and cooperation of other alleged victims and the assumed deep resources of the federal prosecutors, Diddy was only found guilty of the lesser offense of 2 counts of transportation for prostitution, for which he's currently serving a 50-month sentence in the Fort Dix prison in New Jersey, and is estimated to be out by 2028. Many feel that Diddy's sentence is too low for the kind of depraved and diabolical person Diddy has been rumored and alleged to be over the years, and they feel there is an injustice for the many alleged victims that suffered for more years than he will serve. Others that are more by the book see his sentence as unusually high for the amount of time usually given for those lesser offenses. While the outcome of this year's trial may be unsatisfactory to most, Diddy does still have several other cases pending and will likely still experience a downfall or divine justice in the long run. One thing's for sure, we will never look at baby oil the same way again. All that said, we now see another layer or plot twist that is challenging Cassie's victimhood and reopening that wound. As one of the escorts named Clayton Howard, who was featured in the Diddy Doc, is now suing Cassie for sexual exploitation, sex trafficking, and coercion, alleging she was a willing and enthusiastic co-conspirator with Sean Diddy Combs in orchestrating freak-off encounters, while Clayton claims this caused him significant physical and emotional harm. Since this summer's Diddy trial, Clayton has been talking spicy online in interviews and social media, wanting the public to support him the way they did Cassie, as he campaigns that men can be victims too. He maintains that Cassie is no victim. She's a co-conspirator that knowingly and willingly engaged in manipulating him into unprotected sessions that exposed him to a higher risk of bodily fluids and diseases, because he claims he didn't know that she was engaged in intercourse with so many other partners, and that jeopardized his health via contractions of STDs, allegedly. Clayton also alleged that Cassie may have been pregnant with and then aborted their child. It feels like he's really gunning for Cassie because he originally reached out to her legal team to cooperate and assist her case shortly after she filed her Diddy lawsuit in 2023. But once he heard her testimony in the federal RICO case and realized the lawyers and prosecutors were actually working behind the scenes to prevent him from disclosing his account of events and delaying his lawsuit filing to manipulate the narrative in favor of Cassie, he claims this is what motivated him to speak out publicly and advance his pursuit of legal action to call out the hypocrisy and bias he feels he has experienced in not having his victimhood recognized at the same level that Cassie's was. As of today, Clayton is in the process of trying to serve Cassie to advance his lawsuit, while it's reported that Cassie has secured lawyers. This is likely very disturbing and re-traumatizing for Cassie and her supporters that deeply sympathize with her, as this fans the flames of doubt and judgment that already had lingered and divided the public opinion about Cassie's victimhood, and this adds to Cassie's perceived suffering. This may have been something that Cassie's legal team anticipated and tried to mitigate early on, as originally, some suspected that the reason the hotel assault video was leaked months before the trial to aid in depicting Cassie as a victim in the public perception, showing that she could not escape without severe punishment. But now, they still find themselves in the situation where Cassie's testimony of confirming she coordinated the freak-offs is now being used against her. So with all that background, let's do a reading on the truth of Cassie's energy throughout the time period in question when she was with Diddy, and assuming the former Escort Clayton's lawsuit continues to advance, what would be the outcome of that? Oh, I got through, you guys. I got through. Oh, not easy, not easy. So the first question is, what is the truth of Cassie's energy throughout the time period that she was with Diddy? So what was Cassie's true energy or intentions while she was with Diddy? Spirit. Oh. I wonder if I should take these. I kind of want to do a harder shuffle, but just for the record, we'll say the Ace of Wands indicates passion, interest, desire, motivation, being enthusiastic, which we saw or heard previously in my notes that was quoting other people. And we also see the Queen of Cups, which indicates someone that may be codependent, someone that's needy, someone that's emotionally unstable or moody. So let's see if these cards come back out, because it actually kind of sounds relevant to this reading. It actually sounds like this might be, unfortunately, going along the lines of that second group of thought where they're thinking that Cassie was actually enthusiastic and dependent on Diddy. So let me, I have to take a quick, super brief break. I'll be right back. All right, we are back as promised. Super quick break. I'm in a very noisy environment, even in the middle of the night. So I just had to jump off to rectify some of that. So let's dive back into the energy for these readings. Spirit, can you please show me cards? Oh, testing audio. Can you guys hear me? Testing audio, testing audio. You guys let me know if you can hear me now. Awesome, awesome. Thank you. Okay. Let me just give it another riffle shuffle. Spirit, please tell me, what was the true energy from CASSIE Ventura at the time that she was dating Diddy? What was her energy and her intentions since that is now called into question after all of these Diddy cases have advanced and unfolded. Nothing flipped out there. Okay. Spirit, what was Cassie's true energy and motivation back when she was dating Diddy? So we have here the 10 of Cups in reverse. So this is the energy of someone that is not having a happily ever after, because when we look at the 10 of Cups upright, this is about family, the ultimate emotional fulfillment, having everything and everyone that you love in your life. So seeing this card in reverse indicates that you do not have everything you want in your life to emotionally fulfill you. This is actually a terrible energy emotionally to be in terms of being so unfulfilled and so far from family, which family is stability and foundation. So this is a very volatile and toxic foundation to have at the base of this reading energetically. But we see the Page of Cups, and this is the energy of someone young, naive, curious, creative, willing to explore something new, a new love, a new creative project, a new opportunity. This also indicates, well, actually, let me just pull out my cards here because I'm kind of drawing blanks at this time of the night. Yeah, possibilities and someone who's really focused. That's what I was looking for. The keyword focused. So it feels like there was a sort of laser focus on trying to get this happily ever after from this love connection. Because again, the Page of Cups, creative opportunities, artistic, intuitive, curious, possibilities, focused, and new love. So I would interpret that to mean that in Cassie's youth, she was very focused on trying to turn a very apparently toxic situation into what she wanted it to be. She wanted it to be rewarding for her. She wanted it to fill her cup because this was something new, something exciting, something that she saw potential in. But it seems to go against the reality of what that situation, environment, or dynamic was, which is unfulfilling and emotionally damaging and distressing. Again, I would just consider it just toxic. Okay, Cassie felt that she could be strong enough to withstand whatever expectations or lifestyle Diddy was setting up for her. So this strength card is indicating that she was moving within her strength, within her will, her how would I say this? She made the decision to try to stick it out, which kind of aligns with some of the cards that we saw pop out earlier. The card that gave the Ace of Wands that indicated perhaps enthusiasm, and I forget what was the second card that popped out. But then we have the Four of Wands again in reverse. We saw that many times tonight, and this again indicates instability in the personal life, in the home life, doubling down on this energy of things not being harmonious or actually being disastrous in one's family life or home life. So it seems like Cassie was overlooking the reality of this not being likely to end up as the happily ever after that she was seeking out. This was not going to end up in the marriage and the family that she was thinking that she could be rewarded with at the end. She thought that she could lock in, focus, be strong enough to withstand it, but it was going against all signs indicated that it was not going to happen for her, that it was just toxic. So the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, this indicates someone that was, this has several meanings. It could mean you were not putting in the work or you were not putting it in the right direction. But what I'm picking up energetically is this actually means perfectionism. So this takes me back to what I was picking up from this Page of Cups. This idea that I can be strong enough and focused enough and dedicated enough to make this work. I can pour more into this relationship to turn this around and make it work for me. But that version of perfectionism was actually working against her. So then we have the, wait, did I? Oh, wow. Sorry. I thought this was the Four of Wands because I just saw the six, and I'm actually looking at my monitor as I'm reading just to make sure that it doesn't pop out again. So let me take that back. So this is actually the Six of Wands, which upright indicates a sense of victory. Sorry, let me put this here. Victory, but in reverse, this is a fall from grace. This is a lack of success, or things not going as you had planned. You do not have favorable public recognition. This is actually infamy, or a very self-destructive energy, something that has to do with the ego, someone's what was supposed to be a victory and a success is actually a failure and a disaster that falls on someone's brand, reputation, character. So there is maybe even some elements of shame, like a very bruised ego with this Six of Wands reverse card. And I already explained my interpretation of the Eight of Pentacles. And then we get the Four of Wands card, which is about celebrations, parties, and getting together with loved ones, friends, family. So we're again seeing indications of this ideal that Cassie felt that she could achieve or accomplish within this relationship. If I'm just strong enough to hold out, I can make it to the reward of being the main girl, being prioritized, being the wife, being the mother of his kids, just to feel that she got something more out of it than just being his girlfriend and his partner in freak off. So it seems like that was her goal. But again, because of this Page of Cups, we have to consider what we've already heard in the narrative of her being young and naive and laser focused on this expectation as her main goal, as her prize, which some would say it's not worth it because at what cost with that kind of person. But because she was so young, it was enough for her, basically. Even though it did not seem realistic, it seemed like a good plan for her at the time based off her young energy or her young frame of mind. She felt like putting more work into this, putting in the effort, I will get what I want out of it. I will get the rewards, the victory. But these cards indicate that the signs were there that she wouldn't, and she still persevered to try to make that happen. The Seven of Pentacles reversed. So this indicates that something is not working out, something that one invested in, some long-term investment that one made with time, with effort, with resources, is actually not resulting in what someone expected. So this is maybe the sense of disappointment or feeling deflated or yeah, I'll stick with disappointment that Cassie perhaps started to feel when she realized that this dream that she wanted, this dream marriage or this dream connection would not happen for her. So let's pull one more card out to wrap this up. Yeah, she was looking to tough it out, as we saw in the Strength card, because now we have this Nine of Wands card indicating someone willing to go through the fire, through the battles. This is the wounded warrior looking to tough it out to the end because you're so close. When you see the 9 in the tarot, since the suits go from 1 to 10, so 9 is just 1 off of 10. That means you're almost at the end of a cycle or an experience. She felt that if I just do a little more, if I just hold out a little more, I'll get to where I'll reach my goals, which is what this Strength card was also saying. So I feel like with these 4 cards, as along with the 2 cards that popped out before, we are seeing some of what we already felt about Cassie's energy at the time, and we have to give her a lot of grace because she was so young. I'm sure she feels different now, and we could also even reinterpret this strength card to mean that she may have found her strength from this experience and realize that the reality is this is something toxic that she will not win from in the long run. She will not get what she wants out of it. She has poured more into it than she's getting out, that it's not a wise investment, and it's not something that she should continue to work on, because it's inevitable that this would be a self-destructive path emotionally. So we can kind of turn this strength card into a positive when we think of the post of what she may have learned from that experience. And she may be better off now, enjoying her luxuries after the funds that she gained from the lawsuits that she filed. Yeah, this is once again expressing a sense of overgiving, a financial imbalance. You're putting more into something than you're getting out. And the person that you're doing this with is apathetic. This is someone that is narcissistic or just unappreciative of all of the emotional investment that you're making in the relationship, into that exchange with them. So we can consider that to be Diddy, or just any other. I'm losing my your brain doesn't stop developing until you're at least 25. Yeah, I feel like for some people even later on in life, because it's all about what you're exposed to. And I just feel bad for her, because it's hard enough to go through it, to live through it, but then it's even worse when you have the world criticizing you, shaming you, and you have someone now trying to sue you and say that you're actually the villain, not the victim. So I hope things work out well for Cassie. I hope that she does a lot of healing, acceptance. It seems like she's made peace with a lot of things, because the good news is she eventually developed a relationship with the personal trainer that Puffy hired for them, and she found the strength to leave Puffy, married the trainer whose name is Alex Fine, and they grew their family. They now have 3 beautiful kids. So she somehow did get her happily ever after in the end. Her wedding, her family that she dreamed of, if I turn around this 10 of Cups, and her victory that we also saw in the 6 of Wands. So somehow she was able to turn those negatives into a positive in the end. But I hope that this last legal action coming in from an escort is not going to, open up the gates for a lot more accusations to find their way to her, because I'm sure it was not easy, and it's still not easy to deal with exposing that much of her dark past. I'm sure she really has strong feelings against having gone through that, and now having to keep expressing it and defending herself against it. It feels like a really tough position. So prayers for Cassie, and may she continue to enjoy her family and navigate whatever legal action comes her way. But since we are speaking about the legal action, let's just do this one last reading on her to see what will be the outcome of that trial with the escort Clayton Howard, if he indeed advances with his legal action against Cassie. Spirit, can you show me a few cards? Wait, is my nail coming off? Yeah, let's see. Let me do a couple shuffles. I might have to switch decks. Let's see. Spirit, what would be the possible outcome or what will be the outcome of okay, sorry, there's a lot of noise and distractions on my end. I'm glad you guys don't hear it, but I sure do. It's so distracting. Let me give this another shuffle. Spirit, what would be the outcome of the lawsuit that the Escort Clayton Howard is currently pursuing against CASSIE Ventura? What would be the outcome of the lawsuit if Clayton Howard is able to advance with it against CASSIE Ventura? If something tried to pop out there. Please show me a few cards, Spirit, of what would be the outcome of the lawsuit against CASSIE Ventura from the Escort Clayton Howard, who was in the recent Diddy Doc. Let's get a few cards out for the lawsuit. I might need to switch decks because nothing's popping out, or maybe it's my energy. Let me see. I might be drained. Let's see. We're so close to getting through. Come on. Yeah, let me switch decks. Spirit, what would be the outcome of the lawsuit between Clayton Howard and CASSIE Ventura? Clayton Howard, the Escort, suing CASSIE Ventura. The Hermit card again in reverse. So this indicates isolation, but in a way that one feels lonely. Let me, I don't know if I should accept this because energetically it felt like maybe, oh, yeah, he's after money, but, oh, yeah, it's not going to go far. And she's not going to take it easy on him. I mean, this is really going to be tough on her emotionally. But it seems like, okay. So yes, these cards are actually relevant. I was, something energetically threw me off here. But when I look at what's following, it seems like, okay. All right, so let's actually accept these cards. So it seems like the outcome would be that Clayton Howard would be backed into a corner since we see this Hermit card in reverse. He may be a lone wolf that will not be able to succeed because he doesn't succeed in his legal pursuit, or may not be able to take it as far as he would like because he may not have as much legal support as CASSIE may have, or I should say as much legal resources as CASSIE may have, as well as the public support that CASSIE may have. So it seems like he may be on an island on his own, and she, being CASSIE, may be very emotionally distraught at the fact that she's even experiencing someone coming after her legally with such yeah, this is why I don't stream for this long. She may be very emotionally affected at the fact that someone is pursuing legal action towards her, making these accusations, but that may actually work in her favor in terms of galvanizing more support, which is what contributes to this Escort making the accusations, being or feeling more alone, and being oh yeah, sorry, I'm really losing it. I might have to wrap it up after this, guys. I'm so sorry. I really wanted to give you guys more readings tonight, but I'm losing my articulation. But yes, because this Queen of Cups followed the Hermit card in reverse, this is why I felt that this indicated that the support that CASSIE will get for the additional emotional distress that this kind of legal action would cause her would push him further into a corner, further isolating him, further leaving him to be unsupported and on an island by himself, which will make it difficult for his legal pursuits to advance, which is further confirmed with this Ten of Swords upright, indicating that his legal pursuits may be dead on arrival. He seems to be a very educated man, by the way. He said that he's pursuing law school, and who knows if he's representing himself or if he has new legal representation, since he expressed that the previous legal representation may have sabotaged his case in some way. So I'm sure he's pivoting to find a different approach with his representation. But it seems like whatever he does, his case will not be able to advance as far as he would like. Or, if I could be more literal, and I'm not trying to be dark or morbid at all, but this could also mean literal death. Like someone may be deleted, or there may be an effort to delete someone in order to prevent this from advancing. I just have to say it because there were previous readings that I did where this card came out and it did result in a death, and I overlooked that. So I just want to put all meanings on the table, but I definitely hope that's not the case. I hope it doesn't get to that extremes where anyone has to lose their life. But I'm going to, in the meantime, just stick with my first interpretation, that it seems like because he won't have the support of the public and the legal resources that Cassie will have, especially the empathy that she will receive, his legal pursuits may be cut short before they even get as far as he wants them to. And we got these cards, which confused me energetically because I didn't get to see what order they came out in. But I know that part of what I interpreted here when I saw the bottoms of the decks was a lot of financial interest, the desire to collect financial rewards from this lawsuit is heavily motivating this escort to pursue the legal action. And there's a lot of passion and planning behind that pursuit, as we see with the Ace of Wands upright and the Two of Wands upright, indicating planning and preparation versus seizing an opportunity. This is about the enthusiasm and motivation around seizing a new opportunity or creative idea, and followed by the Two of Wands, where you are now planning, preparing for what to do with the opportunity and the resources you have. So we're seeing ambition, we're seeing plans, we're seeing energy, passion, desire for advancing this, but I feel like this Ten of Swords indicates things will not go far with that lawsuit. And just to have a very clean and consistent spread, because I've pulled 8 cards for most of the others, I'll just pull one more out. It's not going to go far. Again, this Three of Wands in reverse indicates that the desire to grow or expand upon one's existing foundations will not go as far as they had hoped, because there is some setback or misstep. There is something that may have been overlooked in the process or the planning that precedes the action or the plan that someone is trying to take it to. So I will maybe leave it there, although these cards caught my eye too. Devil in reverse, recovery after coming out of some sort of bad habits, and then secrets, hidden information, intuition. With the High Priestess, we would have gotten the, what's that, the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, meaning someone putting their work, their time, their effort in the wrong direction. So all work with no rewards. You're not going to get out of it what you're looking to get out of it if you continue to grind and try to push this legal case forward, is what I'm getting from that. Since that could visually interpret maybe Clayton Howard and his efforts to advance this legal case for financial gain. It won't go as far as he wants or he hopes. And Cassie will come out on top with this Queen of Wands. She will be restored. She will power forward confidently, and she will restore her joy, her warmth, her quality of life. So let's hope that's true. My energy was a little impacted by the time I've gotten to these, but let's hope that is true for CASSIE Ventura. May these legal battles not be extended for her, because it seems like she's already gone through enough. And ultimately, may justice be served for whoever is truly in the wrong, because we can't just assume that, you know, Cassie's this innocent angel, although from what has been shared, it does seem that she definitely is a victim of something. We can't dismiss Clayton's accusations that seem very financially motivated, but also possibly could have impacted him emotionally as well. So, believe all victims. Let's see if the truth can be revealed. Let's see what my people are saying. Hi, Daro. I'm not doing personal readings today. I'm doing CelebriTEA readings, but I would love to read for you. My link is in bio if you would like a personal reading, or make sure you follow or subscribe to jump into my next stream, which will be hopefully later this weekend. I'll be doing my horoscope streams for January 2026, and at that time I will also be answering personal questions, so stay tuned for that. I think I'm wrapping up my CelebriTEA readings for tonight. Let me see what I have here. Since my good sparkly viewer Skega is still on the stream, I'm actually going to push through to try to get through this Aaron Taylor Johnson story. I'm just catching up on my notes here to make sure that I'm caught up. Oh, actually, I did want to just put out a few cards to see the energy between J-Lo and Diddy, and then we're truly done with this whole Diddy section. Spirit, could I please get a few cards out for the energy between J-Lo and Diddy, Spirit? What can you tell me about the energy between Jennifer Lopez and her former lover, the bad boy, the man of the moment, P. Diddy? Let's get a few cards out to see the energy between J-Lo and Diddy. Okay. Ooh, okay. This is the Knight of Cups reverse. So this is someone who's very manipulative. This is someone that is emotionally immature, maybe jealous. Let me get some additional keywords here to move things along faster. So, as I mentioned before, manipulative, disappointed, untrustworthy, jealousy, unreliable. Ooh, interesting. So actually, now that we see these keywords, this may be communicating that J-Lo's loyalty is not completely bought. She may feel that there is a disappointment in her attachment to him somehow, or I should actually, let me just pull a few more cards here, because I'm energetically not as clear and sharp as I usually am. But let me also keep this card visible, this meaning visible, so that I can circle back to what I'm thinking there. Okay, so we also have this Three of Wands in reverse, which, as I mentioned in the previous reading where we saw this indicates that one will not be able to expand upon their existing plans or whatever foundation of success they have accomplished. It will not go any further because there is something that went wrong in their planning. There was something they overlooked, some setback, some misstep, some delay. And since it's followed by this Knight of Cups, that's along the lines of where I was going with this, in terms of feeling like J-Lo maybe feels like she benefited from her silence and loyalty to Diddy for all of those years that they were able to go on quietly and enjoy success in the industry without having to have this spotlight on all of these possibly egregious and despicable acts that are now being associated with Diddy's name and then by relation her name. So maybe she is, I don't want to say a ticking time bomb, but just going back to the original words that I saw here, untrustworthy, jealous, and unreliable jumped out to me when we were looking at the original definition of the Knight of Cups reversed. So since she's if this card is representing JLo's energy, untrustworthy, jealousy, and unreliable, it may be that she's, I don't want to say it like this, but I have a feeling it's like she could be bought. It's her testimony, her loyalty, her the way she stands in this, it could be bought because she's no longer benefiting the way she wanted to. If she's feeling there's some kind of blockage or roadblock preventing her from continuing to advance in her career or something preventing her from growing further. Let me pull a few more cards that will hopefully make that more clear for me, because I feel like I'm not quite being as clear as I would like. So with this Four of Cups reversed, this indicates that after a moment of dissatisfaction, reevaluation, and contemplation for the things that were no longer satisfactory in one's life, there is a decision to let it go, to move on, and there is a sort of apathy. One is feeling apathetic. So J-Lo may be very emotionally detached from the going-ons around all of Diddy's legal issues and how it's connected to her. She's just more focused on what does it mean for me, as long as it's not blocking me, which this card indicates it might be. As long as it's not blocking me, I'm not even going to be moved by anyone's testimony. I'm not going to spill anything. But if or when J-Lo feels that she's had enough of how this may be impacting her brand or her legacy or her history, she may be influenced or manipulated into sharing something, be it publicly or behind the scenes. Again, going back to those keywords of untrustworthy, unreliable, still not clear. I feel like I really should have more cards on the table so I could make better conclusions. Yeah, this is someone who's not communicating clearly, an immature energy that may be very defensive. And after this card indicating apathy, is Four of Cups indicating this emotional disconnect, this emotional detachment, and this immature way of communicating and defensiveness. J-Lo's energy wants absolutely no parts of anything to do with any of the Diddy news, and she will continue to keep her silence so long as it helps her instead of hinders her, which is the part where I'm still confused about these first two cards, because it's giving the energy as if it is hindering her because of her association. But let me continue here. Yeah, she's holding on with this tower in reverse, indicating that she's trying to avoid this tower from crumbling. She's trying to avoid this disaster after all her years in the industry, after she was able to get as far as she's gotten by keeping her silence. She's trying to preserve the brand that she's built, the legacy, all of the connections, the impression that she's made on music and movies. She does not want to lose her standing. And so she is doing whatever she can to hold on to her position and avoid any disaster or blowback that may reach her because of her connection to Diddy, which I guess we kind of all assume that that's her position because we haven't heard anything from her. She's keeping really busy with this Two of Pentacles. This Two of Pentacles indicating juggling between two or more things of value. This is about being organized. This is about prioritization. And her priorities at this time are likely financial and career, which I keep getting in the cards. Something about her passions, her preference, her self-preservation, her career, her finances. Everything indicates that her emotions are not in it. She's very much about the money, the brand, the ideas, and emotional detachment. But she will not win in the end. She will not come out on top the way she would like to come out squeaky clean and to not be. This is going to leave a, how do you say? This will somehow tarnish JLo's brand or reputation in the long run. She may not see immediate consequences, but when this chapter of our history is in the books or in the archives that our future generations will refer to when they're doing research papers of what this time was like, it's going to go down in history that she was connected to this guy in between those two other famous partners of his, Kim Porter and CASSIE Ventura, who were alleged to have experienced a lot of abuse and sexual depravity while partnered to this man. So she's in the middle. People assume that not only did she have something to do with that, but also something around that shady shooting that she was present for when her, Diddy, Shine went to some club in New York in 1999, and somehow everyone walked free, but Shine had to do 10 years. And the rumblings and rumors have always been that Diddy kind of finessed him and set him up to do that time for him, and allegedly asked JLo to keep quiet in exchange for the benefits and perks of boosting her career. So it seems like that may have worked during that time that it worked, but now JLo's coming to the end of the benefits or perks of that, and she's having a hard time recognizing that she's no longer going to be on top in terms of experiencing that same level of fame and victory, feeling like this winner, this super highly publicly recognized figure. She actually is going to have a lot of infamy attached to her brand and will not return to that level of fandemonium that she experienced back in the Bennifer days, which seems like that's something that she's been trying to recapture in recent years. I'll just pull out a few more cards. Yeah, things are not going to end sunny for her. Oh, wait. Yeah, she's just going to keep quiet so long as she continues to get paid. Let me just show it here. This is Four of Swords. She's going to rest easy, fall back, keep quiet. We will not be hearing from JLo, even if rumors continue and even if it goes down in history that, oh, JLo is assumed to have been a part of XYZ. She will still not say anything so long as she is financially incentivized or benefiting from maintaining her silence. But I circle back to these few cards in the beginning that indicate a sense of resentment, or, you know, if you just do one wrong move, if you miss one payment, if you just, you know, say the wrong thing or block me in the wrong way, I am going to do what I have to do to preserve myself. And it doesn't indicate spilling the beans, but it does indicate a very strained and tense relationship. And more importantly, JLo keeping her distance from all of that, which is what we already have witnessed and assumed. So I will leave that there. That reading was on the energy between JLo and Diddy. She'll keep quiet as long as she benefits. But there's already some tarnish on her legacy. And it remains to be seen if we will learn more about what happened between them, or if she was a part of any cover-up for that shooting that I mentioned. Who knows? So let me catch my breath. Okay. Oh, thank you, Skegga. Yeah. You know, and actually, because I actually would like to give it more energy, because I know you're looking forward to that reading, and I have some good notes and visuals prepared for that too. So I if it's okay with you, I would rather leave it for another day when I can come fresh off the top of the stream and do that with more energy, fresh deck, and get a clearer message in those readings. Let me see what else you said. You said Jenny from the block knows things. I think all the women that I did readings on tonight, Faith Evans, Mary J. Blige, Jenny from the block. We already know what CASSIE Ventura knows, but all the other girls definitely, they know things, and I didn't see anything in the cards that indicated we would learn about what they know, but yes, thank you. I would rather, yes. Thank you so much for your understanding. I have a really nice setup for the ATJ reading, nice visuals and everything. So I will table that to give you my best. We'll circle back to that, and I will jump off of the stream with all of you lovely, sparkly, shiny viewers. I appreciate you all so much. That was me trying to hug myself, by the way. I appreciate you all so much for hanging out with me tonight and enjoying these readings. And those of you that will watch the replay, I appreciate you as well. As a small and new creator, it means so much. Yes, good morning instead of good night. It is good morning. So I will bid you all a good morning, and we will be in touch soon to pick up where we left off. We have a lot more readings to get to before the year is done. I'm going to try to get them in this weekend because I have to switch gears into some other readings, some horoscope readings. I have housewife readings coming up for those of you that watch The Real Housewives on Bravo. I have some really cool tutorials that I've been working on since the summertime, and I just haven't had time to catch up with that editing. So hopefully I will get to it during this holiday season if things ever slow down. If things ever slow down, which it hasn't been for people, but I appreciate you guys so much, and I wish you all abundance and illumination. May divine light radiate through your life. Keep shining. Thank you. Have a great morning. Bye. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Bye.